located on a workbench outside the laminar flow hood. And also the inverted microscope which we use in the lab is for all the oocyte, zygote, and embryo evaluation, and as well as for the micromanipulation procedures like ICSI and embryo biopsy. So this is a standard typical picture of a stereozoom microscope, and this is a picture of a binocular compound microscope, and this is the inverted microscope. So coming to the incubators, we have various categories of incubators nowadays. Like we have a monogas, bigas, as well as trigas incubators. The monogas incubators still occupy the major part of our labs, and most of the labs, and they use only the CO2 gas supply, and they use oxygen that is being from the ambient temperature, which is approximately 21%. And there is a bigas incubators which use carbon dioxide as well as nitrogen, and the nitrogen will reduce the oxygen levels in the chamber, that will deplete the oxygen levels in the chamber. And trigas, which is a premixed gas, which is customizable according to the needs of the incubator. So we have various kind of incubators which will be dealt in detail in the upcoming lectures. So it is, and when you're designing a lab, it is ideal to select a type of incubators, because in very early designing process itself, because like things like gas lines and proper location for present and future will be decided at the initial stages. And the gas analyzer is used to monitor the actual gas content within the incubator. And the pH meter is also used in conjunction with the gas analyzer to determine the appropriate settings for each incubator. So this is a picture of a standard box type incubators, and there are some pictures and some models of benchtop incubators. And coming to the gas supply, these are the cylinders looks, and they'll be provided with a gas pipeline which is controlled by a regulator with a in between the cylinders and the incubator. There will be something called as Coda inlet filters, which is used to remove the impurities and the other VOCs which are present in the gas. So coming to the workstation, it is recommended that we perform all the procedures in a controlled environment, and to accomplish that we use biosafety cabinets. And typically these hoods are having provided with a heated surface, and additional benefit, even these hoods require validation of the HEPA filters on a regular basis. So this is a very standard typical workstation looks, which is 4x2 feet, and again, as I told you earlier, it depends. The number of dissecting microscopes depends on the workload and the convenience of the lab, and it should be always supported with the integrated heating plates, and which is also attached to the display unit. So coming to the micromanipulators, the inverted microscope is used for almost starting from oocyte to embryo evaluation, as well as micromanipulation of procedures for oocytes and embryos. And the micromanipulator comes along with the inverted microscope, and we use it should include DIC, or differential interface contrast or modulation contrast systems, and also temperature control stages. It is recommended to place your micromanipulator equipment against an interior wall. It is away from the elevators and heavily traveled areas, which may cause vibration. So because for better is you go for anti-vibration tables for setting up a micromanipulator and in the lab, which is recommended. And we have various categories of micromanipulators like Narishige, RI, and Dependorf. So mainly all the injecting side, it will be oil based or vacuum based, and in the holding side, it will be oil based or vacuum based. So again, it depends on the operator comfort. And these micromanipulators will be connected to a video equipment. Due to the very nature of this field, it is very much advisable to have a video monitoring in all the workstations. And also, it helps us to witness and watch procedures as required and confirm the identity of the patients. And this having video equipment will provide a visual chain of command for procedures, like insemination of oocytes during conventional IVF, or change of oocytes or embryos to the new dishes, and during embryo biopsy cases. And a camera or a digital video recorder may also be used to record other procedures in the laboratory. So coming to the cryopreservation storage, so the equipment needed for the most vitrification protocols is minimal, because earlier we used to use slow freezing protocols, which needs a different set of equipments. But now most of the labs have been moved to vitrification procedures, where the requirement of equipment is very minimal. And also the commonly used cryopreservation equipments includes cryo devices and the aluminum canes and goblets and visotubes, and which helps us to easy identification and traceability. And also we use heat sealer for cryo straws and the divas. So for handling the liquid nitrogen, a protective equipment like gloves, face shield, goggles, and aprons are recommended. And in order to ensure legible writing on a cryo straws, cryo marker pens are recommended. Again, as I told you, it depends mainly on the device and the methods which we are going to use for cryopreservation procedures. You get a varied range of tanks, like supply tanks as well as storage tanks, starts from 0.5 liter to 55 liters. And these are this is storage tank, and these are the canisters, and the canes and the devices, the visor tubes, and the forceps. And these are the color goblets where you can use for storage purposes in the divas. So these, as I told, these are the variables to take consideration when choosing cryo storage include patient volume and whether the clinic is offering long-term or short-term storage. And if long-term storage is planned, an investment should be made in a larger tanks, and it is recommended to keep a separate cryo tanks for embryos and separate for sperms. And also a separate cryo storage can is recommended for storage of seropositive samples. And all equipment housing gametes or embryos should be monitored 24/7 by alarm system, which is automatically calls out in event of any malfunction. And coming to power supply equipment, yes, an uninterrupted power supply is traditionally used for short-term power supply in the event of power failure. And a well-planned laboratory will always have all the incubators, workstations, and micromanipulators and suction pumps running through UPS power. This will not only ensure uninterrupted functioning, but also it helps us in effective cleaning up of electricity, and in turn increases the lifespan of the equipments. And also the labs should have a backup of electrical generators. UPS are like short-term purposes, and you should always have a electrical generators backup. So coming to the other equipments which are required are like micropipettes, and with flexible volumes are basic requirements. The micropipettes will be like starting range from 2 to 20 microliter or 20 to 100 microliters, or even 1 ml micropipettes are advisable. Strippers for denoting pipettes are also basic component of IVF lab. And nowadays it is HVAC system has become essential part of IVF center nowadays. That helps us to remove the volatile organic compounds and the chemical contaminants as well as particulate matter. So these are the just pictures of deriding pipettes and the micropipettes. The three common pieces of equipment used for oocyte retrieval will be suction pump, dry bath, as well as incubator, and the warming oven. And a dry bath is used for multiple purposes, like warming the media or oil for micromanipulation procedures, or warming for HEPAs or MOPS-based medias during OPUs and other IVF procedures, as well as other procedures. So high-speed multipurpose centrifuge is used during the semen processing for IVF or IUI or any other diagnostic procedures. And do not place the centrifuge in an area where the vibrations are more, and because that will cause problems for other pieces of equipments. And thermocouple thermometer is also essential for checking the temperature surfaces of the microscope stages and as well as the lab stages. This is a picture of a macular counting chamber, which used for doing the semen analysis for especially for the count part, and the improved Newport chamber, and a centrifuge, and a dry bath, and a compound microscope. And the refrigerator should be always equipped with a temperature display unit on it. And mercury or spirit-filled thermometers is necessary to monitor. Even we can replace it with the digital thermometers as well. And the refrigerator, the size and type of the refrigerator needed should be based on the patient volume and the kind of material stored. and the type of test the procedures that lab is going to offer. So coming to take home message, the equipments will form the most important pillar in the success of any ART lab. So each equipment has its own role to play, which can be fulfilled by only by it, and hence the quality needs to be maintained for the equipments. And QA, quality control and quality assurance are integral part of functioning of any IVF lab. Hence, equipments for QA and QC are essential. Along with the quality of the instruments purchased, proper installation and maintenance is very mandatory. And the type of equipment selected should maximize the usage of the equipment and the space. And the selection of equipments is almost an arbitrary selection that should be based upon the needs of the lab and the comforts of the operator and how well the operator accustomed to it. And last but not least, the selection and the number, the type of devices or equipments which you're going to decide, it's always better to do in the initial phases during when the lab is getting designed. If you consider all these requirements in that stages, it will help us to accommodate them in a very efficient and well thought manner, and also helps us designing in casework as well as budgetary requirements. So carry warm regards from Justice K. Sector Charitable Hospital, Mangaluru. Thank you.
Right, today that was a wonderful, comprehensive talk. I think covered all the parts that should be, talk about. Do we have room for some questions here? Maybe in the chat, we may be able to answer later.
I hope I'm covered with time.
Yeah, you absolutely were wonderful. No problem with that. All right, so I think we'll move on to the next talk, and that is we are having is by Dr. Pranay Ghosh. Can we have the CV, please? Right, so another very celebrated CV, wonderful dear friend of mine, and we are having Dr. Pranay Ghosh, who's done his MS over obstetrics and gynec from Maulana Azad. He's done his M.Meds in Science Art from University of Nottingham and Diploma in Reproductive Medicine from Kiel and Special Training in Reproductive Medicine from Singapore. He's an HRA certified clinical embryologist and was a topper, and he's also PGD certified embryologist from Embryo Roots, Barcelona. So it's a wonderful CV, a wonderful person to talk to, and I believe the right person to give a talk on advanced instruments for upgrading the lab. So Pranay, it's all yours from now.
Thank you, Nisha. Thank you for the kind words. So let's get into it. So yeah, after hearing about the bare essentials of the IVF lab in the previous talk, I'll be talking about advanced instruments for upgrading the lab. So any advanced instrument is added to the lab with the intent of either increasing the primary outcome measures like take-home baby rate, live birth rate, and clinical pregnancy rate, decreasing the time to pregnancy by reducing miscarriage rates and the number of embryo transfer attempts, and helping in streamlining the workflow by automating tasks, having better tools for patient counseling and documentation. Any instrument that we are adding, we also need to be mindful for whom the technology is actually going to be beneficial, whether it is the patients who are going to be benefiting from the better success rates, whether it is the embryologists who would benefit from a better streamlined workflow and the possibility of flexibility of assessments and offsite data analysis, or whether it is a program director who would benefit from advanced instrumentation by being able to offer it to his or her patients and possibly better marketing. So instruments can be divided into essential, desirable, and experimental. We have talked about this in the previous presentation, and this talk is going to focus on the desirable and the experimental instruments, which may possibly be beneficial for the patient population and is probably backed up by evidence for the same. So some of the other goals of advanced instrumentation in any setting are to increase the productivity of the workflow, improve the quality or predictability of quality of the product, improving the robustness of the process or the product, reducing human labor, human error, cost, and expenses involved, and finally reproducibility. So we need to be aware of the introduction. We need to be aware of the fact that introduction of a newer technique in the lab or any piece of equipment is going to necessitate a lot of change of workflow and sometimes structural changes as well. And one needs to be committed to the said instrument for us to be able to effectively use it and gauge its usefulness once it is put to use. This is a landmark paper by Joyce Harper that mentions how we should go about introducing a new technology in the IVF lab. The technique needs to be introduced should be based on a robust physiological hypothesis. It should have been rigorously tested in animal models first and then in human models. This needs to have been tested in first small studies and then large multi-centric studies before actually being put to use in the routine clinical practice. For any technique or instrument to be introduced in the IVF lab, it should fulfill certain necessary criteria. It should be preferably non-invasive. It should be objective and reproducible, rapid, easy to use in routine practice, cost-effective, especially in Indian scenario, and should not raise any ethical questions. We need to be very cautious and pragmatic about the manner in which we are introducing the so-called IVF add-ons in the lab, as a lot of hue and cry has been generated about the manner in which the clinics are offering these add-ons to their prospective patients. And especially in the UK, they have released a traffic light scoring of the efficacy of these add-ons, and we need to counsel the patients about the possible effectiveness of the same, and that probably some of them might not work at all. And when you're offering them to your patients, specifically design consents must be put in place before offering an add-on to the patients. So if we come to the add-ons and the advanced instrumentation in the IVF lab, there is a plethora of devices that we can discuss, and it would not be possible to discuss all of them in the time allotted. So a possibly saner way of going about this and discussing the advanced instruments in the lab would be categorizing them under the processes which we carry out in the lab routinely. So we'll talk about oocyte selection first. It is mind-boggling that despite attributing the oocyte as the major determinant of the IVF success, we do not have any predictive scoring systems for the oocyte, unlike the sperm, which has already seen 5 revisions of the WHO classification. Nor do we have any selection criteria for the oocyte, unlike the emzome for selection during IMSI. However, what we do have available is polarizing light microscopy for the spindle and the zona assessment, and these can probably be used as potential surrogate markers for oocyte competency. The spindle imaging system helps in localizing the position of the spindle prior to ICSI, and it avoids any advertent injection to the spindle. But more importantly, it is used for timing of the ICSI procedure, as we now know that the apparently M2 appearing oocytes might not actually have a discrete spindle at the time of injection, and these may be in a pro-metaphase stage, and they may benefit from further incubation. So a spindle viewer might be beneficial in these cases, and it is also probably going to be useful for timing of ICSI of vitrified warmed oocytes. So before we go on to say that it works, we need to weigh the pros and cons, and besides a few pros, this technique has a lot of shortcomings as well. So as of now, I'd be still guarded about introduction of spindle view in the routine practice. With the advent of artificial intelligence in the embryology, now we have cloud-based systems which do scoring and predictive analysis for oocytes, and these might help in prediction of the analysis, prediction of fertilization and blastulation potential of the oocytes. This AI-based assessment system involves simple drag and drop of the images without the need of any additional hardware, and a probability of the oocyte fertilizing or giving rise to a blastocyst is generated. This is especially useful for patients who are undergoing oocyte vitrification, and it will be a guider for the number of oocytes which are to be vitrified for safeguarding a reasonable success in the future. Moreover, this increases the transparency with regards to the communication with the patient in terms of the number and the quality of the oocytes retrieved from the patient. The next frontier is sperm selection, and most of the popular advanced sperm selection techniques involve the use of a consumable like pixie dish or microfluidic devices, but MAX is one technique which requires a initial investment with regards to the magnet and the recurrent cost of the kits. We know that the removal of the apoptotic sperm by the virtue of externalization of the phosphatidyl serine residue and its binding to annexin 5 coated paramagnetic beads may be a possible solution for samples with high DFI. And it has been shown in some studies that it may be beneficial for these patients who have high DFI. But we need to be aware that there's a potential concern with regards to the presence of paramagnetic beads in the annexin-5 negative sperm fraction, which is actually used for ICSI. And though it is non-invasive and objective and reproducible and rapid, but it certainly is not cost effective as of now. And there are some ethical questions that need to be answered. So another sperm selection technique that has almost died is MZ, wherein the sperm is selected at a very high magnification of 6600 to 7200x, and it is the sperm is scrutinized by rigorous M-zone criteria before being selected for HC. It has been suggested as a tool for patients with high DFI or abnormal CMM parameters like HOT and patients with recurrent implantation failures following HC. But we know that M-zone followed by MZ is laborious and time-consuming, and as of now, even after a decade of use, we don't have any robust evidence with regards to its advantages for any patient subgroups. And even the Cochrane review has said that it does not recommend the routine use of MZ or use of MZ for any subpopulations. So coming to advanced instrumentation in terms of micromanipulation, what else can be better than having your sperms in a dish? They're immobilized, they're loaded in picoliter volumes and injected in the oocyte automatically. So this is available in the form of robotic XC, but this is probably one of the few techniques in the lab which is still far from being automated, because it has a lot of disadvantaged cons as of now, and it is certainly not cost effective, and pretty sure no embryologist would want to be replaced by the introduction of MZ. And as of now, today, oocyte selection would also be an overwhelming task for the robotic XC contraption. And probably in the near future, it can benefit from the integration of AI-based oocyte selection methods. One of the popular add-ons in the IVF lab, which is considered as the next big step after all the essentials are taken care of, is the laser. Sorry. So the laser is employed for trophectoderm biopsy for PGT, for assisted hatching in a select subpopulation of patients, and for immotile sperm selection. However, the jury is still out on the benefits of assisted hatching, which was supposed to be one of the commonest reasons why the lasers were previously installed in the past 10 years before the advent of PGT. And as of now, there is the evidence regarding the use of assisted hatching either as routine or for select patient subpopulations is still controversial, and it is not recommended. It is only probably going to be beneficial if you're looking to have a PGT program to incorporate laser in your routine practice. Coming to embryo selection, the age-old method of standard morphology still serves us well, but it falls short on being objective and reproducible, as there is a lot of inter-observer variation in the grading of embryos. So herein comes a time-lapse microscope in IVF, which is now over a decade old, and it has been integrated in the lab flow of nearly 40% clinics in the West. And what it essentially allows us to let the embryo sit undisturbed in the incubator for the entirety of its duration during the culture. Images are acquired in different focal planes, and these are rendered into a video that can be annotated, and based on the morphokinetic parameters, it will allow ranking and prioritization of embryos to be transferred at the end of the culture period. It certainly has some potential benefits in terms of uninterrupted embryo culture, possibility of ranking the embryos. It is an excellent quality control and research tool and allows for off-site data analysis and excellent patient counseling tool, but whether it actually improves the primary outcome measures is yet to be ascertained. But I really enjoy using the time-lapse tool. We have been using it for 5 years now, and especially on a day like this, which is just 2 weeks ago, it is very beneficial in how we freeze our embryos, how we rank our embryos, what embryos to put in first, which row to be labeled A. So you can see it is going to decrease the time to pregnancy, help you do more SETs, and helps us do what I call is interventional embryology. So look at this embryo here. You will see that this embryo suffers from a lot of vacuolation on day 4, and this embryo, unless rescued on day 4, something which is not possible at a given point of time in day 4 assessment, which a lot of us don't do as well, this would have withered away, and we would have a blastocyst lesser on the next day of assessment. So a well-timed laser on this day salvages this blastocyst, possible with the use of time-lapse. So besides this, we have again AI-based embryo scoring platforms, which allow simple click and drag. You drag your images and you'll have an automatic ranking and scoring of the embryos. This is available commercially by the name of a module called Life Whisperer. We'll not discuss more of this due to positive time. Then coming to crab preservation. So again, on most of the days, this is a gadget I miss not having in my lab. The automatic vitrification will detect your embryos or oocytes and put it in equilibration solution and warming solution in time-based manner. And you can just choose the option. The Gary module by the Genia is commercially available, and it puts the embryos in the pod and automatically seals and puts it in liquid nitrogen. But again, despite its non-inferiority, it is very cost prohibitive, not ready for prime time as of now. So over and above the crab preservation procedure itself, we need to be focusing on the monitoring and alarm systems in the crab storage and ART per se. So in practice, we take this with a pinch of salt that this is an advanced piece of instrumentation, but it needs to be drilled in our mind that this is something which is basic and we need to be having in our labs. And this is imperative to have a continuous crab storage monitoring in terms of liquid nitrogen levels, the safety of the crab tanks, and so on and so forth. And this is now available commercially in the form of Crab Sentinel, which is a thermographic imaging system, and it allows for monitoring of multiple devas at a given go, and it alerts about the tank failure much more before the depletion of the liquid nitrogen levels in the lab, in the crab tank. And finally, an eye in the sky to monitor all the processes in the IVF lab. We know the importance of witnessing, whether it is manual or electronic, in the routine IVF workflow. And in my opinion, this is a no-brainer if you can afford it, because it is non-invasive, it is objective and reproducible. Once you're accustomed to it, it is rapid and easy to use in the routine practice. Whether it is cost-effective or not is a question for all of you, whether you're going to put a price on peace of mind, having no mix-ups like here in this piece of news. And what RFID plasticware do is they allow for sample tracking and logging, and it is both useful for small clinics where it does away with the need for double witnessing or you to be calling somebody from outside to witness your key procedures. And it is even useful for larger labs where you have all the steps defined for a fixed all the steps have a fixed defined protocol, and all these steps are logged specifically for each users, and it enables traceability and adherence to the protocols. It identifies protocol devs, which of your performers, which of your trainee embryologists or senior embryologists are drifting away from the protocols. It also highlights the time taken for the time-bound procedures. So in my mind, it's a no-brainer to be having RFID or electronic witnessing in your lab. So in conclusion, any new add-on in the IVF lab must be evidence-based with documented benefit in terms of live birth rate and pregnancy rate, not just improved fertilization, improved blastulation, or better embryo quality. It should be easy to integrate into a routine workflow. It's no fun having something like omics and something that you're not able to use routinely and objectively without disturbing your routine workflow. And it should be financially viable, both for the patients and especially more for the patients in terms of Indian context and the lab, for us to be able to offer them and have the maintenance contracts on these costlier pieces of equipment and be able to renew them annually and still be able to offer them to our patients and improve the primary outcome measures. So with that, I'd like to end my presentation. Thank you.
That was wonderful, Pranay. Really enjoyed it. I think you covered actually all the latest gadgets, even the experimental one, and very nicely covered. I believe we should, since we want to keep our time and everything, I think we'll move on to the next speaker. Can we have the CV of the next speaker, please? Right. Okay. So we have with us Abhinav Dudeja. I think if you're at Instagram, you know this guy, and he makes some real amazing Instagram reels and uh, pictures which are related to embryology. They're fun to watch. Definitely he's co-authored papers, and his area of interest is in obviously in sperm-related research and biology. He is an embryologist at Gurugram and Fortis Hospital, and his master's in clinical embryology from Mysore. So let's have Abhinav, and you can begin with your presentation. I hope Abhinav is there with us.
I think we have received a message that he has a pre-recorded presentation.
Okay. So maybe we can ask the tech team to please put in his presentation. Yeah.
So a very topic, different incubators in the IVF laboratory and its management. Before I proceed, I would like to thank all the faculties and the organizers involved.
Okay.
You need to play it again. The tech team needs to play it again. I think
Yeah.
stop there.
Heather, can you please do it again? Play it again.
Hello, a very good morning to all of you. My name is Abhinav Dudeja, and today I'll be expressing my views on the topic different incubators in the IVF laboratory and its management. Before I proceed, I would like to thank all the faculties and the organizers involved in ACE Kolkata 2021 who have worked relentlessly day and night and made this event a huge success. Also, I would like to express my thanks for the people who thought me capable enough to be a part of this presentation as a speaker. So we begin with the presentation today. Today's agenda basically will be exploring different types of incubators. We'll be looking at specific management of each device. We'll be looking at what source of contamination and how to eliminate that. Also, we'll be looking at some sort of external devices, which can be an added advantage for your incubator management. First, we'll be talking about the incubators. What is an incubator? An incubator is something that provides a stable and appropriate culture environment to your embryos. Embryos spend majority of the time inside the incubator in the lab. It's available in various shapes and sizes. Its management includes temperature, gas monitoring, and sterilization, which we'll be talking about in the subsequent slides. The first incubator that I'm going to talk about is box type incubators, which is one of the most common used incubators inside the IVF laboratory. Its features include it's 100% solid copper chamber with compact footprints. In chamber, fan gently distributes conditioned humidified air across all the chambers of the incubator. Its dual temperature probe helps to protect the incubator to go on over temp or come below the desired temperature. Its cleaning is very minimal and it's easy to clean. Assembly with smooth inner chambers and rounded corners for easy cleaning. Once in 3 months, you can run a contracon cycle in which the temperature of the incubators goes up to 90 degrees Celsius, post which an auto start is required so as to bring on all the values to the desired set points. What should be the management of the box type incubators? As I told, we need to run the contracon routine once in 3 months, which is divided into 5 different phases. The first one being the heating phase. The workspace is heated at a temperature of 90 degrees Celsius while an elevated humidity is created. The second phase is decontamination phase. After the decontamination, atmosphere has been created, the temperature is maintained at a 90 degrees Celsius. In the condensation phase, the heating of the side walls is the only heating that is going on right now. The floor heating is switched off. In the cool down phase, the temperature of the incubator tends to cool down, and in the drying phase, whatever condensate is present inside the incubator is eliminated as much as possible, and the remaining condensate accumulates at the bottom of the workspace. When the runtime has elapsed to 0 hours, the device has reached the originally set working temperature of 37 degrees Celsius. It's very mandatory for us to keep the air con of the laboratory on when you are running the contragon cycle, because it will increase your cool down phase if your AC is not on. Next, I'll be showing you a video of how to clean the box type incubators. So as you can see inside the video, all I did was I switched off the incubator. I took out all the chambers from inside of the incubator and kept it on a green autoclave sterile sheet. Post that, I cleaned all of the incubator inserts and insides with USAFE, followed by the irrigation water. Once that had been done, I reinstalled and stacked all the chambers inside the incubator, post which I closed it and ran a contracon cycle. So that's one of the most effective ways of cleaning a box type incubators. Coming to the next type of incubators, which are very well known these days to culture the embryos for a longer duration of time. These are called the benchtop incubators. These again come in various shapes and sizes, comes in various models as well as various forms. The first one being K Systems G210i. It is a non-humidified chamber. The second one is Mink mini incubator, which comes with a glass flask for water, which is a humidified chamber. And the third one being the Aztec AD3100 cube. It comes in both the options of humidified and non-humidified. Of course, all the incubators are space saving and stackable. They have superior filtering system. The plus point of having a benchtop incubator is it's a rapid pH recovery. Also, the area inside which we culture the embryo is small, so that the recovery rate of the temperature is reduced so as to provide better environment and the more stable environment to the embryos. Obviously, the less gas purge is required. Depending upon your caseload, you can either purchase a K2K systems, which can accommodate up to 20 dishes compared to 24 in Aztec Cube, and the 8 dishes in Cook Mink Incubator. Talking about the management of Mink incubators or the all sort of bench tops, installation of inline filters and their proper replacement for 6 months is very mandatory. Cleaning the entire incubator prior to reinstallation of new filters is required. We should always clean the inserts and devices with USAFE followed by sterile or irrigation water. Autoclave the inserts and reinstall post that. That is a part of monthly or maybe 2 monthly management. When your caseload is less and you feel your incubator needs certain sort of sterility, you tend to autoclave all sort of inserts. Non-humidified incubators are of course easier to clean and at a less risk of fungal growth. that's a part of weekly management of our draw type incubators, and it can be incorporated in any sort of benchtop incubator. Basically, what we did was we saw the cube drawer is empty, so we opened the cube drawer, took out a sterile autoclave gauze piece, put some sterile water on it, and cleaned all the inserts from inside as well as incubator from the outside. So if there is any sort of media spillage or some sort of oil spillage, or to avoid any sort of dirt or contamination inside the incubator, we tend to follow this weekly management for our bench or draw type incubator. Followed by the monthly management. If we feel that the caseload is less and we tend to do something more than just cleaning it on a regular basis, we take out all the drawers as well as all the inserts from the benchtop incubator, and we send them for autoclave purposes on a regular basis, so as to maintain the utmost sterility levels inside the incubator. Talking about the time-lapse incubators, it is rightly called the Rolls-Royce of incubators. A time-lapse incubator has an inbuilt microscope and a camera inserted inside of it, which clicks images on a certain sort of intervals. Embryo can therefore be assessed in greater details, and a time-lapse can be created in which you can see the journey of an embryo from a zygote to a day 5 embryo, and obviously it's an uninterrupted culture for 6 number of days. Talking about the benefits of time lapse, it's solving the observational dilemma. It has an undisturbed incubation. It definitely provides a stable culture, and also you have a constant time lapse monitoring, and it has shown to provide you with the improved results. Talking about how do we manage the time lapse, it is further divided into 3 parts. The first one being the inbuilt maintenance, in which a circulated air system is present. The second is the HEPA filters, which constantly cleans all the gases entering inside the incubator chamber. The VOC filter cleans the air in the system internally. Compartment comes with sealed edges so as to provide any sort of dirt or dust entering inside the chamber. Aluminium built does not let the dust persist on that or stay on that, and are comparatively easier to clean. When it comes to routine maintenance, it is obviously these guidelines are obviously provided by the manufacturer. You use 70% isopropyl alcohol and wipe across all surfaces of the incubator. That is when you don't have any sort of cases for a coming 2 to 3 days, so that all the alcohol fumes are evaporated. Post that, you use sterile water to clean the incubator thoroughly and inspect the device. If it's visually clean, you use it as normal. However, the manufacturer maintenance recommends turning off the device and opening all lids of the incubator. You use the disinfectant and sterile wipes to clean all inserts and chambers at least 3 times. If you feel like it's visually clean, you proceed as required. If you do not feel it's clean, you tend to do all the steps again. And you need to change your gloves after every 10 minutes of contact so as to maintain the sterility. Talking about the CODA inline filters, they are one of the most essential parts which needs to be installed alongside of your incubators. The gas cylinders, we need the gas cylinders, we need the CO2 to maintain the pH of the buffered media. We also need the oxygen depending upon your sort of practice. You need to choose the right form of incubator. It could either have an atmospheric oxygen or it could have a reduced oxygen concentration. However, the gas cylinders are one of the major source of contamination entering inside your incubator. So you need to make sure that whatever cylinders you are purchasing, you need to buy it from a trusted vendor. And if possible, you need to make sure that you are purchasing a medical grade oxygen or CO2 or whatever gases that are entering inside your incubator. Now, how do we manage the gas cylinders? Gas cylinder room should always be a separate room. Gas cylinder should always be cleaned thoroughly and kept covered if in case they are entering inside the IVF laboratory. The gas manifold system should always be equipped with alarm system, and pressure should be monitored on a regular daily basis. A responsible personnel should be hired for timely change of cylinders and keeping a check of proper functioning of regulators, maintaining a record of change dates, and the maintenance. All cylinder pipes should be color coded so that you shouldn't have any sort of confusion while changing the gas cylinders. Talking about the stats for CODA filters, these sort of filters are a connection between your gas cylinders to the incubator, and they tend to capture all sort of impurities coming from the gas cylinder or the gas source and entering inside the incubator, so that the clean and the most sterile gases are only passed inside the incubator. These are tend to show better pregnancy rates. The implantation rates improve using the CODA filters, and there is a significant reduction in the miscarriage rates with using the CODA filter in lieu of no CODA filters being used. So these are one of the most essential things which are to be used along with your gas cylinders so as to maintain the pure gases entering inside the lab. Talking about the device, it's called the lab care or incubator monitor. Basically, the first picture that it shows, this device gets attached to your incubator, and then you can download a mobile device app on which you can get all sort of information of what chamber percentage CO2 is there, what chamber percentage of O2 is there. And apart from that, you can monitor all the trends on a daily basis, on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis, whatever sort of data you need to deduce from it. You can see the trends, whether the gas levels or the concentration of the gases have gone up or also has gone down. Also, you can check on the alarms. If there is any sort of alarm, this particular device will immediately give you a call or and send you an email to give you a heads up that something has gone wrong, so that you need to fix the incubator ASAP. So that sort of device really eases my purpose of being tension free even when I'm not in lab. So that's very essential device if you are into remote monitoring of your devices. Talking about the external devices which are required for daily maintenance of incubators. The first one being the G100 gas analyzer. It basically analyzes the CO2 and O2 inside the incubator. Calibration has to be done accordingly to avoid any sort of unexpected change in gas levels. The value that are being displayed on the incubators are not to be trusted and always to be double checked using the G100. Also, a timely calibration and maintenance of G100 is mandatory to get the precise readings, because if the display is not to be trusted and this particular little device is not calibrated, we will always be getting false reading and will be calibrating it wrongly. Showing you a quick video of how the G100 gas analyzer works. So basically, we attach this G100 to the outlets where the gas is being purged out on a regular intervals, and then we click on the fan button, and then it shows whatever level or the percentage of CO2, O2 is being purged inside the gas chamber, and then we calibrate it accordingly. The next one being the RI drop temperature probe. It is used to determine the temperature that is inside the dish or a drop, whatever sort of culture system that you are using to keep your embryos. And then we dip it inside that particular drop or dish, and we check for at a period of 10 to 20 minutes so as to see whether there is any fluctuation or increase or decrease in the temperature of drop inside the dish. I'll be showing you a quick video of how this works. So we basically take out the device and there is a wire which has a probe attached to it. We dip it inside the dish or the drop and we monitor it for around 10 to 15 minutes until the reading is stable and does not deviate from its desired level for at least 4 to 5 minutes, so as to see whether there is a constant stable environment being created inside the incubator or not. Lastly, I would like to talk about F100 surface temperature probe. It comes with two probes, probe A and probe B, and it is used to determine the temperature of the incubator stages or all sort of heated stages as a matter of fact, so that we can calibrate it accordingly, so that the temperature of the dishes or the media inside the dishes or the embryos inside them does not change and remains at the utmost stable environment. That's all from my side. Thank you so much for your undivided attention. If there is any question, you can reach me out on the email ID given below. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So that was a very comprehensive, very nicely put. It felt like I was watching an Instagram reel. So that's your very nicely done, Abhinav. I think we move on to the next speaker. Pranay, can you take over from here?
Yes, sure. So for the next talk, we have actually none other than Dr. Kersey Avery. I think sir has been a teacher to so many of us, directly or indirectly. If I can have a CV for sir. Okay, for the sake of keeping to the time, I will
just... Sure. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, you're audible.
Perfect. Anyway, the CV is okay. Can I start? Because I have to just make up every minute for it.
Please
go ahead.
Okay, fine. So, well, in the last presentation, it was very comprehensively explained how the maintenance of the incubators, etc., were. And I will draw an analogy. Like, you take the best quality oocyte and you take the best quality of the sperm and you just put them together. What are we going to get? Fertilization? Absolutely not. So what needs to be done is, these gametes also need to be primed. They need to be tuned to their perfection. I would say they need to be coaxed to their perfection. And the same goes on with the gadgets. Because all these gadgets need to be primed to their perfection. And this is where the challenge of IVF lies. Now, this comes under a general broad-based category of quality control, quality assurance. And whenever people hear of quality control and assurance, they were thinking, oh my gosh, there will be a lot of consensus, guidelines, graphs, statistics, data from various sources. And many a times, so much things are boggling that they tend to puzzle you rather than educate you more. So this is a confusing scenario because every lab has its own array of equipments and gadgets. But questionable is their performance, their efficacy, and their sensitivity, which is absolutely needed in so precise a system of incubation and procreating embryos, which are subsequently used for life. So the question is it more of an embryologist part, or is it more of an amalgamation of electrical and engineering jargon that goes into it? But even as an embryologist is concerned, there needs to be certain points which needs to be well understood, managed, and digested by them. So with this, I start my presentation. Now, generalized way, we all know QA/QC. It has been literally ripped to shreds in all the conferences, but still, there has to be a little line of distinction drawn between the quality control and as far as quality assurance, because every lab has to ensure that at the end of day 5, they have to deliver a healthy, viable blastocyst transferable into the uterus. But the lab's responsibility is that in order to procure that thing, they need a very well fortified armature of equipments and gadgets only to its particular use, because I have seen labs which have just become a display for the latest technical gadgets and jargon. And remember, there are instances where, unfortunately, I support the theory that the costlier the gadgets doesn't mean the higher or towering your results. So this all comes from total quality management, which has been followed stringently by certain guidelines, few of which are listed over here. Now we come to it, what is calibration and what is validation? Now in this, I have targeted incubator, which is supposedly believed to be the heart. Now in the prior talk, we definitely heard about the cleaning part, but what I felt a little amiss was to keep the incubator running into a proper condition, what are the electricals and the subsequent jargons which have to be kept running collateral and co-parallel to it, especially the surges and the power failures. That's besides the point. So what I would like to tell you is calibration means verification or correction of the incubator's ability to maintain accurate procreating conditions. This is the yardstick of its maintenance. Whereas validation, it consists of a number of steps, right from installation to operational qualifications to its performance. So what this thing is needed is all of them amalgamated together will ensure that once the equipment comes, it is set, it is calibrated, it is validated, and then subsequently put to use. Now, what is its importance? Well, importance is to create an optimal environment for the culture of oocytes and embryos, because remember, they are from vivo to vitro, so obviously they are under severe osmotic stress. They have got time to adhere to the new environment, to the new changes, to the media, and unfortunately or fortunately, the media which is also being equilibrated in your same incubator. So your incubator has to do a multidimensional role, assisted by numerous parameters, assisted by our knowledge as to how to calibrate and validate it. Because what it does further is that it fine-tunes the existing protocols to perfection and helps us to maintain this ideal embryological time scale. Now, this is very important, be it your time lapse or be it your routine observation, which we used to practice 15 to 20 years ago, of assessing certain grades at certain hours. Now, we all expect that the CO2 incubator is a magician's hat. You install it, run it, and out should spring out a rabbit. But no, they are gadgets which provide a homogeneous temperature distribution throughout the whole of the inner circulating chamber. Plus, there shouldn't be any variations at any part. Many a times we are bombarded with questions. What if I keep the dish on the first shelf and I keep the dish on the last shelf? How much variation should it be? Ideally, in a professional calibrated incubator, temperature variation of hardly 0.1 degree versus everywhere. So remember, there should be minimal cool spots in the chamber, which will ensure you excellent distribution of the circulating gas amalgamated with ambient humidity and the perfect warmth condition, all of which are essential for providing the gamete conditions similar to vivo. Now, this is the evolution, how we have seen of it in the prior talks too. Now, why is the incubator validation of prime importance? The moment the gametes are from vivo to vitro, they are exposed to unstable environments. So what they get is a environmental or a stress shock. Many a times, if they themselves are of a poor grade, they are not able to digest the shock. So there will arise subsequent arrest, reduced progression, degeneration, deterioration. Now, the stability and the accuracy of the incubator subsequently plays an important part in maintaining them, in priming them, in pampering them to the best of the best conditions. Calibration of incubators is done at least once a year, depends upon your usage. But how can we ensure that the incubators are still within the specific in a certain calibration interval? Now, this is known as continuous validation. A gadget has to be validated, or for an ideal calibration, it has to be validation both running hand to hand. At times, it's very difficult to separate the two. So what is the principle? It is a exothermic gadget. Principle, thermoelectricity. The incubator has a thermostat which maintains a constant temperature by creating a gradient of thermal. So any conductor, when subjected to a thermal gradient, generates a voltage which is termed as thermoelectric current. Now this maintains optimal temperature ideal for cell growth in a carbon dioxide rich humidified environment. Now this ensures, or this necessitates, that this gadget has to precisely work with minimal fluctuations plus minus on either of the side. Now these are the salient features. What do we expect? Obviously, quality air. Well, the inside air is filtered. How fast the inside air is regurgitated or recirculated. How ideal is the humidification system? How easily is the cycle of sterilization or contracon done? How is zero compromise in cell culture? Because the most important thing is the recovery of drop carbon dioxide level and drop temperature level after every door opening. So that's the reason we have got the alarm system or the piezo effect, which detects a drop to a certain level and suddenly alerts us that is the deadly time, please switch it off. Because by the time you switch it, you shut the door, it will take a few seconds or even half a minute of recalibration time. And many a times when the workload is more, we tend to open the door quite frequently. So what we get is a seismograph of the pattern, and this will all lead to compromised cell culture. Now the sensitivity of the existing carbon dioxide and temperature will depend upon your sensors. Your infrared sensors, thermal sensors, PT100 sensors for temperature, they are platinum sensors. Now, what about the airflow inside? Airflow, if there is a fan, it will be enhanced airflow circulation, or with natural convection, it is uniformly slow fed. It is like a broadcasted. Broadcasted means I throw something and the matter which I throw gets settled easily everywhere with the same dimensional speed, as there is no extra induced force enhanced into it. So your incubator's ideal parameters should be, of course, large enough, forced air circulation, temperature control, stainless steel for easy cleaning. There are copper based also. Frequent cleaning is a must. Then, of course, dry incubators and humid CO2 incubators. Then again, as regards the airflow pattern is concerned, remember all procedures in embryology mimic our human body, whether it is the porosity of the HEPA filter, whether it is equilibration of the media, or whether there is a thrive mechanism which is present in the incubator, so at every shelf there is a gentle distribution of the airflow which ensures uniform temperature, uniform carbon dioxide distribution along with the humidity. Because humidity also plays a very important part, which we are all aware of. So the certain physico-chemical alterations which will take place in a CO2 incubator will be quite similar as far as us understanding the Henderson-Hasselbalch equation is concerned. Now, when we say we are equilibrating, we'll say, okay, it's just CO2 mixing with the water and forming blah, 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 blah. Depending upon the pressure of carbon dioxide and the certain pound per square inch, which the influx is there, the solenoid of the incubator sucks in the air via the Coda filter, purifies the carbon dioxide, but this also has a relation with the temperature. So this is where temperature also comes in as far as the implementation of ideal Henderson-Hasselbalch equation is concerned. Well, many a times we have the media which are phenol red. They are an indicator as to tell us know what is the pH, because really for a subsequent growth, ideal growth, pH is essential. For pH, carbon dioxide inflow temperature essential. For this, the quality of the incubator, and for the quality of the incubator is calibration validation. So it's like a long tail of a dragon. You try to catch it, the tail never ends. Now, this is the equation which we are all very familiar with. Now, these are the YTs. Because subsequently, an embryo or a cell in a dish has to maintain the same media constituents chemically as well as physically over an extended period of time, which is very important as well as a single step media culture is concerned, because your same dishes to be incubated is going to be incubated for a prolonged period of more than 3 to 4 days, because cells work constantly to maintain an acid-base balance. And at this stage, appropriate pH and concentration buffers are very important in order to prevent the pH differences. Now, whenever we put a cell in a media, we get 3 changes in 3 areas: intracellular, extracellular, and the most important part which undergoes the stress is the cell membrane, because this is the cell membrane, primarily called as a plasma membrane, which regulates. It's selectively permeable to ions and organic molecules, regulates the movement of substances in and out of the cell. This is a cell cycle. Now, why I'm telling you all this? Because why we need to calibrate? We need to calibrate so that we want to show a subsequent progression. And in progression, what is going to be affected? The division of the cells. In the division of the cell, what happens? Cytoarchitecture is messed up. Arrest. So this phase is very crucial as far as the cell cycle is concerned, and as far as the quality control implementation is concerned, because this is the parameter which is absolutely needs to be taken care of. And why? What happens is, if there is a problem, the mitotic spindle, a very small minor thermolabile organelle, is responsible. So it is essential to ensure accurate chromosome segregation, and it prevents aneuploidies. Severe mitotic spindle defects are associated with cell death. Sensitive to temperature, pressure, osmotic conditions, excessive handling outside the laboratory. Spindle geometry defects cause high rates of chromosomal missegregation and aneuploidies. Spindle defects may be contributing to the chromosomal instability in cells. So this is what the spindle does. Spindle refers to a cytoskeletal structure of eukaryotic cells which are formed during cell division to separate the sister chromatids between the daughter cells. Now, spindle, howsoever thick it might be, but it is extremely sensitive, and this is the vital parameter, the osmolarity and the temperature, which can easily mess it up. And the worst problem is it is not reversible. The changes are not reversible, because once the cytoskeletal segments of the spindle, the cilia and the flagella are getting damaged, this is how it happens. Normal spindle, disorganized, more than 70% of them gets traumatized. And even with the recovery of temperature parameters, it's no use. This is exactly what happens. The centromeres aligned. This is the centriole. These are the spindle fibers. This is an actual photograph of it taking place during a cell division, the plate formation or the central line alignment. Now, sensitivity of oocytes. Temperature is a very crucial parameter at oocyte level, and human meiotic spindles are sensitive to alterations in temperature. Maintenance of temperature at 37 in vitro manipulation is very important for the integrity. And a destabilized spindle can induce non-disjunction in the oocyte, subsequently followed by chromosomal abnormalities. Hence, it's a very important parameter for normal fertilization and subsequent embryo development. Even iatrogenic trauma on the oocytes can also occur with temperature compromisation. Now, oocytes of younger women have a nice, robust repair system, but oocytes of older women, unfortunately, are not able to damage the destructive filaments caused by such hostile conditions. Now, what happens when a mitotic spindle is overheated? Spindles are perfectly checked at 37, a little more, microtubules, a little more, dissembling, and at 40 degrees, unfortunately, it's a disaster. If the temperature is returned back to 37, microtubules repolymerize, but the spindles were not all that completely healthy as to what they were prior to it. This shows that the spindles in the human eggs are sensitive to high temperature, and this makes temperature as one of the most vital parameters as far as cell culture is concerned. Now, There are spindle fibers disruption even during metaphase conditions. You can all just go through it fast because I'm running short of time. Human implantation embryos frequently acquire chromosomal abnormalities, but the mechanisms behind this are poorly understood. So it has been speculated that a dysfunctional spindle assembly checkpoint can be responsible. High aneuploidy rates seen in human cleavage stage embryos suggest that due to the unusual cell cycle control, because everything cannot be monitored. What we are doing till today in embryology is monitoring them from the shape. No biochemical, no microbiological parameter is being evaluated as far as developing, except a few things which were done in metabolomics, wherein the media into which the embryos were cleaved was taken, and subsequently the product of metabolites were taken into consideration, that how well is the energy consumption rate, or how well or how huge are the products formed. Overheating and meiotic spindles with it. Sorry, I think I just, yeah. Now, decrease in temperature. Decrease in temperature also induces chromosomal abnormalities. Meiotic spindles in metaphase 2 sites are sensitive to drop in the temperature. Both the spindle and chromosomes can be damaged during cooling, and such damage is not reversible by re-incubating the oocytes. Then, along with it, along with temperature, what is the other thing in a media which get affected? Is the osmolarity. Now, if the osmolarity is not there, obviously pH is going to be affected. If the pH is going to be affected, cell viability is going to be affected. Cell viability affected, the cycle starts. So these are all the hypoosmotic effects at various milliosmomoles. And these are the percentage of oocytes which reported abnormal spindles. So hyper and hypo osmotic conditions are both leading. Osmolarity of a human oocyte 134 to 495 milliosmomoles depending on the stage. We say pH. What difference does it make? 0.2, 0.1. But see, due to the logarithmic scale, the minor changes can be very large fluctuations in the hydrogen ion concentration. So therefore, all the things roll into one, and ultimately, just give me 2 minutes. So these are all very well designated on the guidelines. The Cairo census consensus guidelines are there. Effects of stress, very important. These are the gadgets which we use. But what I want to highlight over here is when we calibrate our equipments, are our calibrating gadgets calibrated? This is the biggest challenge which is behind us. So calibrating the gadgets of calibration is activity of checking by comparing them with the standard accuracy of another measuring type of an equipment. This is where we always falter. So an unauthenticated, under-calibrated gadget of calibration handled by poor workmanship can spell further doom. So what happens? There are many calibration labs that all claim to be professionals in calibration, but all calibrated labs have to be dedicated with optional calibrating accessories, temperature baths, NABL certified standard gas cylinders, standardized humidity cylinders, and all the equipments and instruments used in there are known as master instruments, because they need to have a traceability certificate of NABL, which is nothing else but National Accreditation Board of Testing and Calibration Laboratories of India. Now, there are many NABL accredited labs.
Sorry, cut down on the presentation.
Last slide. One was by Godrej, Thermo, they are there. But, well, of course, this is not for any marketing purpose, not to promote any brand or not to promote any company. But one thing is there, as far as IVF industry is concerned, the carbon dioxide and oxygen gas analyzers, calibration faculty, authorized by QED, which is formally the Geotech, is provided only by Shivani Scientific Industries. So whatever brand of your incubator, whatever brand of your analyzer, they are calibrated over here. This was the QED Latin phase 2, means I wanted to prove and I have proved it. This is a simple diagrammatic view or the view of the Shivani Scientific operational laboratory. So summing it up, your culture needs survival viability, precision, temperature, gases, humidity, ensured by calibration and validation. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I had to rush through it.
No, I understand the dilemma of having to cover so much in just 20 minutes.
Yes.
But, wonderfully done, sir. And I can personally attest to the fact that the last two slides wherein you put in the uh, monitoring and the calibration of the geotech devices, I personally witnessed that at Shivani facility, and it was mind-boggling to see so many geotechs
Yes,
being
yes,
calibrated
yes.
at one go.
Sir,
And
it also needs a very concrete and a dedicated staff having a really intellectual knowledge in physics. When we were interested in medical sciences, we used to ignore physics and chemistry, and it has come back with a bang to haunt us. That's the logic behind it, right?
That has become the base for all our QC nowadays.
Fine, fine.
Nishad, before you begin your
Okay, fine.
talk, uh,
Yeah.
just make sure that you're not reverberating.
Yeah, I just switch up. Yeah.
Yeah, switch.
I hope I'm now clear and there's no reverberation.
Yeah, you are clear, clear.
All right,
Next
perfect.
talk is
Thank
by
you.
my friend Nishad Chimote. Needs no introduction. He has been a wonderful friend, excellent host. He's one of the very few people that I'd be hate to be pitted against in any debate. And I think if you want a presentation to be done the next day, he's the guy to get hold of because he has ample experience about everything and at such a young age. Just yesterday, he told me he has 20 years behind him, and look at his face. He must be hardly 30, and he has 20 years behind him already. But uh, without further ado, Nishad, we'd like to have you on the dais with your talk on the demonstration of measurement techniques in IVF lab.
All right. Thank you, Pranay, for that really beautiful, stupendous introduction. And I think I'll just share my screen just a moment. All right. Yeah. Okay. So my screen is visible, I believe.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we are kind of going for a live demo. Most of them are short the videos because obviously I can't have your phone or the laptop. You can just can't move it. But we'll be starting with the basics. That is the pH, osmolality, VOCs, particle count, temperature, CO2 levels that we monitor in the lab. So let me begin by the first one. I'll just show you a basic demo. That very important that we have to check the pH of the media in the lab. So I'll just give you a basic demonstration here. We've got a pH meter. All right, and I have calibrated it. Okay, so
Now
just for the sake of the demo, I hope you can see this.
you'll have to
Right.
put your slide on the slideshow, and we are not able to see the slide that you're talking about.
Okay, so I think I'll have to stop screen sharing right now. Media. Just a moment, yeah. Oh, this is stop screen share. Yeah, so this is your pH meter. I'll just take in the media. This is just for demo purpose. I'm showing you will not get the accurate values right now. So it's very simple. You take in the media which you have equilibrated. You can do this on the day of fertilization. You can do it on day 3 whenever you are putting your media overnight and check it. Just take in a drop, put it inside, and then to just check. Right. So I'm pressing. Right. So obviously it's not going to show me the right one because obviously the media has been out for some time. And obviously you need a value of around 7.2, 7.3, 7.4 max, depending on the stage of your media, or if it is fertilization, or if it is cleavage stage, or if it is at a blastocyst stage. So obviously you have a different reading of pH, but generally I think according to even Jason Swan, pH is more controlled by the CO2 incubator itself. So you don't actually have to do pH all the time, rather you control your CO2 levels because you all have commercial media that is available. So I'll head back to the share screen and we'll move to the videos. Yeah, so this is for the temperature. Generally what is done is that you keep it on the stage, right? You don't see the dish, but that is the wrong way. I'm showing you both the ways now.
For some odd reason, the videos are not playing. I think it's.
I'll just see. Okay, the video is not playing. Just let me check. Okay, I might have to share the screen directly. Let me see. Okay, I hope this is visible now.
Still not there. I think if somebody else can also comment that they are not able to see anything.
Yeah.
Not visible.
Not visible. Yeah.
Yeah, the screen is
Just a
blank.
moment.
I think that camera lead is not focused on that.
So I'm just a moment. Okay, it's not visible. Just a moment. Okay, yes, it's the screen sharing is not happening. I mean, it's showing, but it's not showing on the other screen.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah,
Abhi dekh. Haji.
the tech team. Can you help me out with this because I'm sharing it. I'm able to see, but
आपने अपनी presentation background में चला ली है?
अच्छा.
निशान सर?
yeah,
आप
background चल रही
window
है.
choose कर रहे हैं सर, that's why वो work नहीं कर रही है.
Sorry.
आप stop share कीजिए.
हाँ.
वापस screen share पे जाइए और वो window choose कीजिए जिसमें आपकी PPD है, presentation है.
Yeah, वो किया था मैंने पहले actually. Just a moment. Cancel. अभी दिखा ही नहीं रहा. It's not showing. Just a moment. Entire screen windows they should show it. Why? Just a minute, please. I'm just checking. Cancel.
Nisha, do you want to mail your presentation to the tech team so that they can play it at
No, the videos are very heavy. They won't be mailed. Just 1 minute. I'll just try.
do you want us to go on to perhaps the next presentation, and in the meanwhile you can figure this out? Nishad, perhaps we should move on to the next presentation so that we can play your video at the end of the next 3 sessions.
Pranay, I think some technical issues there. I think we can move ahead with the next speaker. I'll just take care of this.
Yes, I would request the tech team to put up the CV for Dr. M.S. Srinivas, sir. And if sir is present here. Do we have Dr. Srinivas, sir, present with us? I'm waiting for
Sir, he's not with us.
Yes, we'll have to skip on to the next presentation, which is by Dr. Vijay Kumar Chelur, sir. Can I have his CV? Yes. So, sir will be talking about integration between IVF lab, SOPs, and clinical practices And I'm pretty sure almost everybody here has learned something or the other which they have incorporated in their routine practice from Sir. And Sir is one of the pioneers of embryology in India. He has over 22 years of experience, and he has independently set up many labs in India and abroad as well. He's trained over 360 people, which seems to be a small number if I know him, across the world. He's an invited speaker in various national and international conferences, has contributed many chapters in many books. He's a consultant in ARD completed processes optimization of about 8 labs in India and imparts troubleshooting and on-site training. And I can tell you from my gut that if you have any problem to go to, he's a guy who's going to solve it for you. Whether it is the biology of embryology or the physiology of embryology or even the physics of embryology, if you have to know your equipments, the culture media, the disinfectants, the composition, the precise percentages, I can go on and the whole evening about Sir, but without further ado, let us have Sir and his presentation. Welcome, Sir. If we can have your presentation. And
Absolutely, I'm here. Let's not waste time. Let me just start sharing my screen. Okay, I hope the screen is visible to you all. Yes. So today I'll be talking about the integration of IVF lab SOPs and clinical practices, but I really don't know why people added up with the clinical practices here, because I myself am not a clinician. So I'll not be talking much about the clinical aspects of it. I'll just go through what happened to this. What happened to this? I really don't understand. What happened to the screen share?
So just try to reshare it, sir, once again.
Yeah, I have just started. Yeah. What is happening here? Okay. So now let's start with what are the aims and objectives in an IVF program. It is the aim to perform an individual. What's happening here? I really don't understand. It's coming back to my original, this one. Okay. The aim is to perform individualized controlled ovarian hyperstimulations on a recruited couple, which aims to produce a synchronized ovarian cohort with around, what's happening? How? Is the screen visible to you people, the slides?
yes, they are. I think the transition between the first and the second slide is a little faulty, but do you want the tech team to play your presentation?
I think that would make sense, because from my device, it is actually stucking.
Okay, so
Yes, shall I?
Yeah, you can just share the screen from there. I think I can go on from that one.
Okay, just a second, sir.
Yeah.
So it's visible for you?
Yeah, now it is visible to me. I think we can go to the next slide, please. Sure. Now, what are the objectives of this? It is to, this particular talk, we are trying to understand the importance of established SOPs, and then to discuss how to develop a new SOP for the team, and to identify ways to successfully implement the SOPs. Now, next slide, please. What are SOPs? Standard operating procedures are an integral part of any successful IVF program, be it research or treatment. My next slide, please. Now, if you look at SOPs, they consist typically of 5 Ws and 1 H. What are SOPs? Who needs the SOPs? When do you use SOPs? Where do you use SOPs? Why are SOPs important? and how to do about it. Next slide. So what are SOPs? Standard operating procedures are a set of written instructions that document routine activity or activities in your company or a division or your work group. Next slide. So who needs SOPs? Literally everyone who is a part of the process needs the standard operating procedures. Though it is not mandated by any regulatory agencies, but it is implied invariably. Standard operating procedures are found throughout good laboratory practices and good clinical practices. Next slide, please. So when do you use standard operating procedures? Technically, you use it every day. Whenever you are trying to orientate the new staff, you will be using the SOPs. While preparation for the review or audits, you will be using SOPs. During reviews and audits, you will be using SOPs. And where do you use these SOPs? SOPs are used during site selections, construction, procurement and commissioning of a new setup. Whenever you are guiding all the staff in the daily processes, whenever you are training new staff, whenever you are doing a monitor is doing the review of the adherence to the SOPs and during review by a regulatory or a certifying agency. Next, please. So why are SOPs important? They are important to ensure consistency of the delivery of services, quality and integrity, written procedures for proper protocols and procedures, as a toolbox for all the staff to look into, as a documentation tool for the staff training, to standardize your practices against adopting to anyone or everyone's wishes or inputs. And if you have made an SOP and if you are not following it properly, it can be a pitfall too. So how to establish SOPs? First and foremost is outline your needs and necessities in detail. Then divide them to functional groups like coordination, which in our fraternity involves the front desk or the reception, regulatory, clinical, laboratory, paramedical, which is nursing and the other staff, pharmacy staff too, financial, biomedical engineering, etc. Then make plans. While making a plan, you can have two approaches. One is you can go for a team-based approach. You can create team and the team can try and establish an SOP for you. Or if the team members are too busy, you can go for a lead author basis. So one person tries to meet every component of the constituent person of the team and starts writing it on all behalf. Or you can have competent constituent authors, 2 or 3 people who form an SOP team and try to develop it. Once you have made the plans, you start drafting the ideas, outline relevant categories, outline relevant steps and everything. Then check against the available standards or guidelines and the regulatory requirements. Whatever you have drafted, you check it against them. Then review as many times as possible. Then discuss with your team members, go for an approval. Once the SOPs are approved, implement and start training onto the new SOPs. So let's get started. So first and foremost thing is to make a list of the big ticket items. Always while making an SOP, consider the weakest links first. It could start from site constructions, place constraints, space allocations, feasibility studies, both economical and technical, safe handling of medications, instrumentations, media, disposables, patient recruitment process, informed consent taking protocols, free finance or accounting practices, how they have to be managed, regulatory documents and patient records, how to store them, who will have the access to it, access controls, and safe periodic disposal of the same. Next, please. Processes for regular calibration, preventive maintenance contracts, annual maintenance contracts, comprehensive maintenance contracts of the instruments and the quality assurance gadgets. safe handling processes for patients, gametes, and embryos, roles and responsibilities clearly defined for clinical, laboratory, nursing, personal relations, finance, and the engineering teams, serious adverse event reporting, their handling and their resolutions, process of investigation of any therapeutic procedures, their reporting, the drug dispensations, whenever something is returned back to you, how do you take the returns and how do you transport the biological samples? And finally, it should also discuss expected results within the acceptable threshold levels and managing regulatory and institutional auditing. How would you do about it? Once you draft these things, you prioritize which one to write first and how to go about it. Next, please. So when you are making it, there are some suggested points. You state the purpose and scope of the document you are drafting very clearly. State who is responsible for following the procedures. Now here, the responsibility should not be having the name of a person, rather the role of a person. Identify and include legal regulatory requirements and guidelines wherever they are relevant and available. Define specialized terms. Outline instructions and procedures clearly. Version control. SOPs will be under review many times. So the first return will be the version 1, and then you can start adding, or whenever you amend it, you can increase the version number. So version controls. Document review and approval process. And in the appendix, always list the reference documents and make these documents available, reference documents available for cross-reference at any given time. Next. Now, once you have done these things and you are in place, start putting them onto paper. Consider your team and company setup first, and then decide which approach suits you better, whether it is the lead author or an external consultant or a constituent team or a team of professionals writing it up. So consider which one would suit you best. Create work groups to draft the documents. It can be one group or one person to create all the documents, or you can delegate responsibility to the relevant teams to draft the SOPs of the relevant processes. You can also think of utilizing experts who might be present in your room. They might be the hidden gems who have already handled such processes. So utilize their expertise in drafting them up. Or you can also assign a lead author who takes the responsibility on his shoulders to contact and get the job done in a time-bound manner. Whenever you assign a lead author, you have to take care to see that you take feedback for approval and the review by everyone, team, and all the experts present in the team. Next, please. Then you brainstorm. You think about how to do each step. Consider what you should know to happen in a perfect world. Look for the more cost-effective and efficient ways of doing the same steps. Start with main categories. Draft it and drill it down to each steps relevant for each category. Name the responsible parties by roles, not by the names. Next. And then the most difficult and the most important fact is check your facts. Review against all other guidelines, policies, and regulatory requirements. If they are not present in your country, you will have to look for such guidelines, such policies, such regulatory requirements, which might be present in different worlds, and you take all those as a cue and try to revalidate your written SOP against that. Work out onto the legal requirements like surrogacy or ART guidelines in India. Regulatory and organizational guidelines like ICMR guidelines are time-to-time guidelines issued by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare regarding clinical as well as the good laboratory practices. Institutional, regional, or regulatory agencies' ethical guidelines for ethical handling of the patients and the gametes. Departmental policies and SOPs, which could be a part of your managerial people in your company or in your setup. Institutional or company policies and SOPs. Nowhere you should write a particular role of a person which is contradicting the SOPs of the organization. So that's what I mean to say. Then you go for SOP review. Whenever you are reviewing the SOP, involve all those who will be using it on the daily basis. This is the most important tip because when you involve every person involved in a process, you get to have better insight to review it and correct it. And the people who know it beforehand, so it will be easier for you to have a better buy-in of your SOP, what you have created. Then for safety purposes, involve the leadership. There could be a key person in the managerial committee with a distinctive expertise, or people who might be present in the higher management so that they will not come up with adverse reactions to your SOPs. Once you have drafted down everything, establish an approval process. Approval process involves who will review the SOP, who will take the decisions, who will sign off, who all are responsible for maintaining what all, who is responsible for the revisions, and how to document these processes. Next, please. And then comes the part, once you have approved this, then comes the part is to go for implementing it. Remember, implementation of the standard operating procedures and integrating should not be a surprise. First, you decide how to present this document to your group or subgroup. It could be done either as a group presentation or a training program, or you can give it as an individual review of the documents. You can submit paper copies, you can give online review system, but whenever you create an online review system, you make sure that there is a tracking that the person has read from point 1 to point X, whatever you have written, and that will take for a human being such amount of time. So once he has completed it, he has to give the completion that he has read, he has understood, and he is giving approval. And before approval or before implementing, it should not be done without having a face-to-face conversation and the follow-up of the face-to-face conversation. Once you have approved the SOP and implementing the SOP, you opt for a regular review. The reviews can be annual, semi-annual, quarterly, and other things. And the documents of this SOP should be accessible to all the people involved in a reasonable manner. Now, how to go for a regular review? You should take staff feedback. That is it difficult to follow the SOP? Is SOP the reason for having any trouble? So you have to design even a feedback format from all the staff involved. And you should also preserve all previous versions. It might happen that in a process of review, you might have to go back to the originally followed protocol in the event of an adverse reaction coming into picture. So for considering that, you will have to have all previous versions saved with you. The SOP should be accessible. Relevant SOPs should be available as binders within the relevant sections. In the central record, the entire SOP manual should be present. And you can also think of, nowadays, you can have a cloud-based online storage also for having the accessibility to these SOPs. Next. And then comes the question of documentation. So the documentation, the first documentation comes up is the approval process. When the SOP was approved and approved by which assigned person. So take the sign and date and sign, preferably on the actual document itself. And you can circulate the photocopies of that as a binder into the different departments. Then you also track documentation of the version control, the history of changes, number of changes, and the dates which they incurred with. Track all the changes from document to document, not from SOP to SOP, document to document specifically, sign and date on actual documents, effective date from which the current version would be put to use, and then go for staff training. And whenever the staff training is being made, as per the SOP. You take sign and date on the signature logs if you are doing it online from every concerned person who has underwent the implementation and documentation trainings. Yes. So this is what I wanted to say about. Get
Right.
across with any questions from anyone.
Thank you, sir. That was absolutely crisp and to the point. And just like SOP, your talk was a kind of an SOP itself. So thank you very much for that wonderful talk. Right now, we are just falling behind schedule. So we'll take the questions in the end or in the chat box. I request Dr. Srinivas to, the next speaker who will be presenting his presentation. Can we have the CV, please? I think, no, that is
Lotus.
that's not the city. I think we've got Dr. Srinivas next.
Hi there.
Okay.
So, can you please put my CV? Let me complete.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Can we have Dr. Srinivas please? Yeah, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, sir. I think I can share the screen. I believe we can save on time. I think we have a wonderful person with us, Dr. Srinivas. Actually, he doesn't require any introduction. He's been director, principal embryologist at Career Faculty Private Limited. He's the founder president of ACE, so obviously everybody here knows him. Post director MSc and vice chairperson SR Embryology. So, with any other further ado, I would request Dr. Srinivas, sir. The desk is yours, and please you can start with your talk.
Okay. Thank you so much. First of all, my apologies not to take the time because I was held up in the traffic after the inaugural session. I just came in rushing into the hotel and okay, Vijay was talking. Anyway, my slide is visible now. Can I share my slides?
So please do the screen share. It's not seen.
Screen share. I have clicked it. Then I have to click it on my
PPT. Yeah.
Okay, it is visible now.
Some part of it.
Some part of it. Oh.
You can put it on slideshow, I think so.
Okay, it is fine now?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
All right.
Good evening, everybody. The topic which I am going to discuss is about how to set SOPs for IVF lab or specifically embryology laboratory. My friend discussed in length how, in general, you will have to look into the standardizing the SOPs within various departments, the ART. What I am going to do, because some of the slides are the overlapping actually, then I will try to give the example which is there in the andrology, embryology. With that example, I'll try to explain you people so that you will be able to understand. So here in this particularly, I am focusing on embryology, the basic general part which has been already discussed with Dr. Vijay Chellur. What is SOP? This is a standard operating procedure. It is documented which describes the regularly recurring operations relevant to the quality of the investigation. The purpose of SOP is to carry out the operation correctly and always in the same manner. So whenever we are working in andrology, embryology, as a embryologist, we will have to make sure that we are not only one performing the procedure, whether it is a semen examination and follicular fluid screening in the IVF lab, because we are because of the workload, many people are there, because each one has can do its own way. That is not going to work out. Variation may come in. As a result, the outcome is going to be hampered. So to avoid all these things, it is always must that there must be a SOPs lie down in the andrology or IVF lab. Everybody who does a procedure within the IVF lab or andrology lab they are going to follow so that there is no variation at all. So this standard operation protocol, which is going to give a detailed instruction to achieve, and perform a specific procedure, and it is usually written in hierarchy because, and many a times it is mentioned in the flow chart so that you will be able to follow the things step by step and make sure that there is no error going to be incorporated. So just to give you the flow chart, actually, what are the procedure which is going to take place in the IVF lab? What are the standardized protocol one need to have in IVF lab as well as in the andrology lab? Say, for example, whenever you are performing the IVF procedure, before that, you are supposed to do a semen examination, which is very important, and you have done it. And after that, patient has come for IVF treatment or IUI treatment. So when it comes to the actually doing the procedure, what are the procedure, what are the SOPs has to be kept in andrology IVF lab to do the semen examination. Okay, so once the patient is there for the home pickup, you have already done the semen examination and you are performing the semen sample procedure, whether it is a fresh sample or a crab research sample. Just be online. I need to take this call. Hello? Hello? I just come within 15 or 20 minutes down. Wait for. Okay. Then oocyte retrieval is done. Whenever you performing a follicular fluid screening, how this has to be done in the embryology lab, that is also has to be written. Then oocyte denudation, the assessment. To do all these things, you have to really look into the SOPs. And if you don't find good fertilized pre-ovulatory oocyte, again you will have to culture it. So that is how you will have to lie down. After 24 hours, you check it. If there is the maturation, you have to discard those eggs. If there is a maturation, you are going to do the ICSI procedure. Once it comes to the procedure, whether you have to do IVF, for that you need to write it down strictly, the protocol, how the processing has to be done, how the droplet has to be created, how much, how you are going to calculate the sperm concentration, how much you are going to insemination, to do the insemination, whether it is you are preparing the sperm suspension, you prepare the IVF droplet, or else you are preparing the stock solution or inseminating into the culture droplet. That has to be laid down in the laboratory, which is very important. Thereafter, you are going to culture. When you are going to culture, actually every 16 to 20 hours, you are going to check for embryo cleavage, that is a 2-cell stage, 4-cell stage, 8-cell stage, morula, and the blastocyst stage. So these are all the time points. So nowadays, the time lapse video monitoring is there that you can look into, but still there are many labs actually, they are going to look into the embryo. Hello? Embryo quality. So then you write it down. That is put it in the laboratory. Sometime due to some other reason, okay, patient unable to produce the semen sample, and you are unable to produce. No, they doesn't want to go for surgical retrieval of the spermatozoa to perform the ICSI. Our time is not going, is not there. In such cases, you will have to cryopreserve the oocyte. So these are the flow chart. Actually, these are the procedure, various procedure which is going to take place in the IVF lab that you need to take care. And for each and every procedure, properly, simple English, simple language, so that each and everybody will be able to understand, and it has to be laid down. If there's something goes wrong, what are the correction factors has to be done. So these are all very important. So you need to know what are the key points whenever you are establishing the SOPs. So general information includes the name and test and the procedure which you are going to do it in the things. If you are doing this particular procedure, what are the things which is required, and what is the principle of this particular procedure. All these things, you have to keep it in mind. Then coming to the pre-analytical information, which includes the patient's instruction for a test and the preparation, because if you want to do semen examination, you need to give an instruction to the patient saying that you need to have an abstinence. Okay, and if you are performing the IVF procedure, you will have to tell him what time he has to come down and produce the semen sample. and specific collection instruction. If he fails, you have already interacted with them, you know the difficulty in collecting the semen sample. In such cases, if you want to collect the semen sample using a non-toxic condom, or you want to bring the sample collecting at home, all these things have to be communicated with him, and for that you have to lie down the SOPs in the andrology lab, which is very important. And another important thing is the labeling of the semen sample. Always try to label in front of the patient and cross check it others, which is very important. Specimen acceptability, whenever you are going to accept the specimen, okay, say for example a semen sample, you'll have to talk to him, okay, once the produced semen sample is there, whether the sample collected is complete or incomplete. Many times first few droplets will be having a good amount of sperm concentration. In such cases, you might have to convince him to produce 1 second. So that is where the specimen acceptability will come. So here you need to really educate them all these things who are performing in the IVF lab or andrology lab. All this protocol has to be there so that they will be able to communicate to the patient. What are the analytical informations which includes whenever establishing the SOPs? Equipment, the material and reagent, which is very important. Whatever the equipment you install, you are there, you put it in the andrology, embryology, make sure that they are up to the mark. Instrument calibration and verifications, which is done. Whenever you lie down the proper SOPs, you are following a proper standard operation protocol. If the equipments are not kept properly, you are not going to get a better outcome. Step-by-step procedure description, which is very important. Whenever comes to the critical step by step in a simple English, has to be written so that they will be able to understand, follow it up, which is very important. Procedure performance limitation. Whenever you performing the procedure, say for example, if you are performing the ICSI procedure, you have put one oocyte, two oocyte in the ICSI days, and you are taking a long time, there is a limitation always, okay? So in that case, what is the trouble? If there is a trouble, how you will be able to shoot the trouble, which is very important. So these analytical informations which you have to keep it in your mind whenever you are establishing the SOPs. Post-analytical information, which includes the calculation, if it is required once you are done. Say, for example, semen examination, dilution factor, all these things. If you put a dilution factor in how you have to calculate that, you'll have to establish normal ranges of any procedure that has to be there before you give the result. Policy for handling alert or a panic policy. This is very important. This is very important in IVF lab, which is very important as far as the semen processing is concerned. Okay, reporting is concerned. Okay, say for example, what happened whenever you are doing actually many professions, whenever you are doing the procedure is actually you are handling a single sample. When you are raising a double sample, that is where a chance of a mixing of the gametes will come. So that is where you need to make sure that you are not going to handle two different sample at a time. You'll have to finish one sample, then get back to the other sample. Then the reporting, whenever you do the report, you'll have to make sure that the report is done properly. This is always possible whenever you follow a standardized operation protocol, which is written, which is approved by the committee of ART team. Why one has to have a practice of having a proper SOP, which is very important. Many lab professionals have a previous experience, differing experience. That means, say for example, some embryologist joined a different unit, actually is working in some other places. Your SOPs are different. So in such cases, you will have to be very careful. If he is doing the protocol according to the principle remain same, it is fine. Otherwise, you'll have to tell him, it cannot, we cannot change it. You just have to follow this one. Otherwise, the various outcome going to be there. Training is much easier with SOPs. Whenever you are having a junior, most people actually they're just getting into the profession, and training them, for them no understanding is become very easy, so that they will be able to follow all these procedures step by step. Any change cannot be made until next revision. Say, for example, one SOP was made, somebody new stop has joined, you are not supposed to change the SOPs. You will have to wait. because it has to be convinced. You'll have to sit for the auditing and see whatever he is saying is some sort of an innovative. Yes, we can add it, revise it, and it is going to be benefit. Then only it has to be simply just because he's seen almost than the person who is working there. That is not going to. This is how we will be able to manage, standardize the protocol within the IVF lab, so that we are not going to put a variation to the outcome. So when there is a variation, a result is going to be bad actually, because we don't know how it has been evaluated. One example which I want to give is the grading of the embryo. Okay, you just have to have a standardized way to grade the embryo. If somebody grade the embryo in place of a grade A, grade B, then clinician will think of in a different way. So that is the reason why standard operation protocol in any IVF center, even though it is not a busy IVF center, it is must, so that you will be able to follow certain the system, so that it is going to rule out any variation. Exclude operation procedure fault when analyzing a root cause. This is why so many times when you find out a root cause, actually you cannot stop entire procedure over there. You just have to exclude it and make sure that it is not going to have a negative impact. Then later on you can raise it to improve communication among team. This is very important. Improving the communication among team is very important. That too in Indian scenario. So understanding each other, understanding and sharing the knowledge each other, so that the result and outcome is going to be better. And variation is the one actually which is going to be problematic, whether it's andrology and embryology. If you are busy IVF center, there should not be variation at all. Each and everybody performing the procedure, whether it is andrology or embryology, they just have to follow strictly the SOPs which is laid down in the lab. More than one person could perform the one task. So here, if you're following the SOPs, many people who's working say they know that semen collected after 20 to 30 minutes you have to do the semen examination. That's all. Otherwise, if you don't follow that one, somebody does the semen exam at 20 minutes, 30 minutes, even after 60 minutes, it is going to have a different result, different outcome. Safety risks are present. So here, safety measures are very important. If somebody is deviating from what is the risk? So this has to be measured. If the risk is not taken care in initial step, it is going to be catastrophic. So that is why you should not take any risk. If there is a risk factor there, as a teammate, it has to be addressed so quickly. Quality control needs to be ensured. Any perform SOPs when you are doing it, actually in the SOPs it is mentioned that when you are perform this particular procedure, you are going to use those tools, you are going to use disposable, you are going to use this and which are already established, the material which can be utilized in our IVF lab. Quality control in performing the procedure is must. Then only you will be able to follow proper SOPs and give a proper outcome. Okay, then sometime whenever you are performing, actually you'll have to make sure that something going wrong, you'll have to find out what is the root cause. Many time complexity of the activity and the procedure, specifically whenever you are doing a ICSI procedure, actually if you come across a problem, what are the precautionary measures, what are the troubleshooting technique has to be done. These are all things has to be mentioned step by step. So whenever you induct somebody into the embryology, andrology, he has to be thoroughly educated. He should be appointed only when it is qualified and with adequate training, which is very sometime, even though he has got all these things, he's got a lack of attention. In such cases, it is not you may not be able to get a good result. And whenever you perform, you have a SOP. So these are all the important things which is happening in the IVF lab. Mismatching the gametes, perform the ET for a wrong patients, loading process sample for IUI patient identification, which is very important. You have loaded some sample, the nurse has put there for the insemination somebody. So yeah, the communication gap should not be there. Proper communication when it is there, then the SOPs are followed, then there is no problem at all. To avoid all these things, actually, there must be a witnessing. Double witnessing is very important. Say, for example, whether I load an embryo, actually, some of my junior will be able to make sure that same embryo is being loaded. When it goes to the clinician to do the embryo transfer, nurse also is going to check whether the embryo we are going to load it, which is right or it is different. So these are the example. So whenever you are doing the embryo transfer mainly, and whenever you are inseminating, whenever you are doing the IVF, double checking, double witnessing, which is very must. I don't want to go in detail of all these things. So you'll have to write step by step. So identification by the nurse of the patient arriving to ET room, doctor and the nurse check the ID of information, doctor and embryologist give the information about the embryos and recommend how many embryos has to be transferred. Doctor and embryologist decides number of embryos. So these are all the things, actually, whatever the embryos which you have selected to do the embryo transfer, it has to be communicated and recommended accordingly. So when it is come to develop the SOPs, which I am not going to take so much time, my friend Vijay Chellur has explained very well. Simply, I just write it. So one example in the andrology lab, okay, you have to do the semen examination. If there is no sperm in the ejaculation, the patient failed to ejaculate and immotile sperms are there, what to do? In such case, you will have to do surgical retrieval sperm, ask the semen patient to collect the semen sample once again, or else in that particular day, if you don't get the sperm, you can get a sperm from the bank where it is a standby semen sample is there of that particular patient. Similarly, no oocyte in the follicular fluid. You have to tell the clinicians, flush the follicles, okay, then check the compliance of the HCG administration, check aspiration from inline filter vacuum. These are all these things you will have to check in the clinical side, embryology side, then only you will be able to conclude it. So this is how I'm not going to describe each and every procedure. Actually, whenever you are making SOPs, you have to have a company name there, actually, standard operation protocol, specifically which procedure, SOPs for what is the pages, revision done so on days, what are the pages. So you'll have to have an heading, the signature, and a description of the procedure. So these are all the oocyte retrieval procedure and embryo transfer. Till embryo transfer, you will have to write all these procedures step by step so that one can be easily able to follow this one. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, sir. Quite an elaborate talk by our previous two speakers. And just to wrap up our SOP session, we have Dr. Lotus Strobeck with us. I think Dr. Strobeck has a pre-recorded presentation. And anybody who's in the field of theriogenealogy needs no introduction to Dr. Strobeck. But for the sake of completion, if I can have the CV slide for Dr. Strobeck on there. Dr. Strobeck is a pioneer in the field of theriogenealogy, and she has tremendous experience in vitro production of animal and bovine embryos. She has tremendous experience in visiting and overseeing labs, over 300 labs, overseeing 50 labs visited worldwide. And her media has been used for in vitro production of embryos worldwide for years altogether now. I think we are awaiting a similar media in human ART of late. So without further ado, I'd like Dr. Strobeck to take the dais and enlighten us about troubleshooting in IVF lab and how it actually helps us in setting SOPs. Dr. Strobeck.
SOPs. First of all, let me start by thanking the organizers for inviting me. I would have preferred to have traveled to India and been with you in person, but hopefully next year that will be possible. Let's get started and make the most of it virtually instead. The agenda for today is briefly a little bit about my professional background. I will try to define SOPs. I'll draw your attention to the ESHRE guidelines and the Vienna Consensus Art Lab Performance Indicators. Try to define the QMS, QA, and QC, troubleshooting SOPs, and then I will introduce the tool to troubleshoot the plan, do, check, act wheel. And finally, a summary. So last year, in 2020, I founded together with Professor Klaus Yding Andersen from the University Hospital in Copenhagen, a new IVF media company, Arts Media Denmark. I also have Strøbæk Media, an animal IVF medium company. For 6 years, I was head of the IVF research laboratory at Origio, now Cooper Surgical, a facility based on a bovine embryo assay. I was the first in the world to manufacture and sell a commercial veterinary range of media that was serum-free and entirely ready to use. I also still have an academic background involved in teaching, supervising, and I am a partner in numerous international research projects. I've been chairman of the board of the Danish Society of Reproduction and Fetal Development, an organization bridging the human and the veterinary field. I'm a board member at the International Embryo Technology Society, IETS. Above all, I have consulted with more than 300 IVF laboratories worldwide, helping them get established or to improve their results. So how do SOPs help in troubleshooting? Let's identify what are SOPs. Standard operational procedures. Specify the various job steps that help standardize the products and hence the quality. They are validated written instructions for each process that is performed in the IVF laboratory. The SOP ensures that the different processes continue uninterrupted, that they are completed on a prescribed schedule, and they assist you in avoiding any human and/or technical failures. Furthermore, the SOPs keep track of equipment malfunction, equipment calibration, times and method, expired disposables such as plasticware and media and oil. So I just want to draw your attention to the European Society of Human Reproduction and Embryology, referred to as ESHRE. I'm sure many of you know it already. ESHRE developed the current clinical practice guideline to provide clinical recommendations to improve the quality of healthcare delivery within the European field of human reproduction and embryology. In the last decades, major advances have been made in assisted reproductive technologies, and the public demand for these procedures has increased globally. All ART clinics, from those just starting out or to the ones that have been established over a longer period, they must all employ the latest equipment and implement best practices. So while ensuring that their resources are effectively engaged to optimize their patient outcomes. If you go to the Art Lab performance indicators, you find the Vienna Consensus. The Vienna Consensus is a report of an expert meeting on the development of art laboratory performance indicators. In the setting of a clinical laboratory, quality indicators are necessary for systematically monitoring and evaluating the laboratory's contribution to patient care, and they represent an important element within the quality management system, also known as QMS. So how to actually combine the Art Lab performance indicators with SOPs and QMS? Well, quality management system require thorough SOPs. The SOP is the manual describing in detail all the procedures that take place in the IVF laboratory. When talking about SOP, you also have to talk about quality assurance and quality control, QA and QC. Quality assurance and quality control are two terms that are often used interchangeably. Although similar, there are distinct differences between the two concepts. Typically, QA activities and responsibilities cover virtually all of the quality system in one fashion or another, while QC is a subset of the QA activities. Also, elements in the quality system might not be specifically covered by QA/QC activities and responsibilities, but may involve QA and QC. It ensures, above all, to accomplish the best results, to avoid mistakes and keep track record of actions and equipment, and improve, always improve. Even the most simple laboratory routine should be described in an SOP. Here's how to enter the laboratory via a hatch system, change of clothes, wash of hands, and how alcohol is not permitted within the IVF laboratory. All elements described thoroughly in an SOP. And for troubleshooting in the IVF lab, you need a troubleshooting SOP. Identify first, does the problem have a direct effect on embryos and or patients or staff? Then, is the problem related to staff, patient ID and traceability, laboratory, design, paint, VOC, equipment, malfunctioning, maintenance issues or calibration errors, disposables, IVF quality, MIA tested plasticware, cell culture grade is not sufficient, media and oil, quality, expiration date, the actual oocyte retrieval, sperm preparation, fertilizing, culturing, vitrifying, or is it related to the transfer procedure? Troubleshooting in the IVF lab with the troubleshooting SOP and the PDCA wheel. You also need a troubleshooting SOP, and using the plan, do, check, and act, the PDCA wheel, it's an efficient tool. To plan, you follow the SOP for troubleshooting. You identify, first of all, if the problem has a direct effect on embryos, and then you structurize your troubleshooting to avoid new mistakes. Use a checklist and note everything done in order not to make the same mistake twice. Planning, executing, control check, and take action. Troubleshooting in the IVF lab with the troubleshooting SOP and the PDCA wheel. From plan to do. Only change one thing at a time in order to know exactly what was done and to be able to return to the starting point. It's a typical mistake in desperation that you change more things at once. And should it work, and if you actually fix the problem, you will, however, not know what change you made that actually worked, or even worse, the problem gets worse and you're really lost. Use a checklist and note everything done in order not to make the same mistake twice. So document carefully the troubleshooting process as well in order for it to be used again. Document finally in the QMS system the identification of the problem or mistake, that it was in fact corrected and how it was corrected. From do to check. During the check phase, the data and results gathered from the do phase are evaluated. Data is compared to the expected outcomes to see any similarities and differences. The testing process is also evaluated to see if there were any changes from the original test created during the planning. The testing process is also evaluated to see if there were any changes from the original test created during the planning phase. And from check to act, also called the adjust phase. This act or adjust phase is where a process is improved. Records from the do and check phases help identify issues with the process. These issues may include problems, non-conformities, opportunities for improvement, inefficiencies, and other issues that result in outcomes that are evidently less than optimal. Root causes of such issues are investigated, found, and eliminated by modifying the process. Risk is re-evaluated, and at the end of the actions in this phase, the process has better instructions, standards, or goals. Planning for the next cycle of the PDCA wheel For it to proceed with a better baseline, work in the next do phase should not create recurrence of the identical issues. If it does, then the action was not effective. Remember again, document carefully the troubleshooting process in order for it to be used again. Turn of the wheel. Hopefully you've solved the problem because you had an efficient SOP. And for each round or turn of the PDCA wheel, you have improved your results from the first standard. You should have consolidated through standardization, and you should now have a new standard that is secured. In this way, you ensure a continuous improvement. Each time you troubleshoot, and your SOPs will be detailed and well prepared, as well as your troubleshooting SOP. Structure the troubleshooting by using a checklist, only change one thing at a time. Check, document carefully the troubleshooting process intended for it to be used again. Finally, act or adjust, execute change and document in the QMS system the identification of the problem, that it was corrected, and how it was corrected. Let's move to some practical examples. Accurate gas concentrations inside incubators are important for medium pH. So this part of the SOP would require that once you've measured and noted daily your gas concentrations, and that you once a month make a control measurement to check that your gas analyzer is in fact measuring correctly, and if you have an issue with embryo development. In our laboratory, we have pre-mixed gas bottles with a medical certificate. We measure monthly our gas analyzer to make sure that the measurements and readings we get are in fact correct. Sometimes we will identify that the display on the incubator is not the same as the reading of the gas analyzer. The gas analyzer is not measuring what it says on the bottles. It is a continuous detective work, and this is where your SOPs are extremely important. So an example of an SOP constantly is that you measure and note daily the measurements. You measure and note once a month. You describe what actions to take should the device measure different than the incubator display than the bottle, or both. Should you call a technician or a second analyzer? The troubleshooting SOP would state, go through the measurements over time and check that in fact the measurements were done, that the incubators didn't drift, and describe what actions to take. And the same procedure applies to temperature measurements. Control, double control, and triple control, and have SOPs explaining in details how to monitor and perform the measurements. Above all, for both gas and temperature, do never rely on the incubator display alone. So in summary, SOPs and logbooks are important tools in the IVF laboratory. The ESHRE guidelines for good practice in IVF laboratories and the Vienna consensus is recommended reading. SOPs are closely associated with QMS, quality management system, QA, and QC. SOPs for troubleshooting are necessary for troubleshooting. Finally, plan, do, check, act, wheel process, the PDCA wheel, is an efficient tool to troubleshoot. And eventually, don't forget, it's all in the detail, but keep the good overview at all times. Thank you for your attention, and keep safe and stay well.
Thank you, Dr. Sobek. That was indeed a wonderful wrap up to the SOP panel that we had with two previous presenters. And I think I can say for the rest of us that we are eagerly awaiting your human ART media for routine use in India. I think good news awaited. Pretty sure we don't have time to take any questions. If there are any audience questions, they can shoot off in the chat box. We'll be answering them as and when. Time to move on to one of the previous presentations that did not take off due to some glitches. Can I call back Nishad Chimote again for his talk on measuring techniques?
Yeah, I hope now my screen is visible, the screen share. Yeah, is the screen visible?
It is, but can you just click the video so that we can see?
Yeah, I think so. I think the video just about. Okay, let's begin again. So right now the dish is not important. You have to take the measurement of your stage with the dish because we want to measure the media temperature and not the stage temperature. So keep that in mind.
Nishad, if you're still in the lab, can we just skip these videos and have you demonstrate what you were talking about?
So
Because
it's all videos on it.
the videos are not working, that's why.
Is it the video still not working?
No, it doesn't seem to.
Oh no, because actually it's all videos only.
Oh.
Okay, just let me see because I did a test run and it was working in the video just few moments ago. So just if I'll just give it a last try or we'll shift it. Okay, I'll just stop sharing. Wait, I'll just join in a second. Just give me a minute.
Nishad, let's do this. You can upload your presentation on a cloud, send the tech team the cloud link. They'll download it and play it for you. And I think that should take what 15-20 minutes. In the meanwhile, we can play around with the next presentation, which is already a pre-recorded video. How does that sound?
I think that should do well. Actually, whenever we incorporate a video onto PowerPoint, you need to have the support video link because it's only a hyperlink in the PowerPoint. It plays from the point where it is stored.
True.
And when we share the screen, it might not actually play from that particular link.
Nishad, let's do this. You're already in the lab.
Yeah. Just let me do it just one last time. I think I'm in.
Yeah.
Okay. Disabled, I think. Just let me know if the PowerPoint is visible, the video is visible.
It's a dark screen we are seeing.
No,
now it is visible. Now it is visible. The video is visible.
Yeah, okay, fine.
You need to pump up the volume.
It's already full volume.
Can you just describe what's going on? Because
yeah. Okay. So the values should be less than 500 micrograms per meter cube.
What are we looking at here? Which instrument?
So this is the, okay. So this is the VOC meter. I'll just, okay. So what we are seeing is the VOC meter We are checking for the VOCs. It can be stearates, it can be butyraldehyde, aldehyde, any kind of formaldehyde. So these are the things that are present in the lab. We have to decrease them. For them, we have to check them. We've got various meters, and that is why what we are doing is we are checking VOC each and every day, because on retrospective we can correlate, your data, whether the value was high, whether your embryo development was proper or not. So that is why we do it. So your basic value should be less than 500 micrograms per meter cube. In this lab, we are having around 100 micrograms per meter cube, which is pretty good when we are controlling. And it's pretty new lab, so still we have some VOCs which are being exuded. Yet the levels are pretty, workable as of now. Right. So particle count is something which we'll go through now. I think this is audible.
Not audible, Nishad.
Nishad, it's not audible. Can you just guide us what is going on? And
okay, just a moment. Just a moment.
Nishad, you are on mute. You have to unmute yourself. Nishad, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So now we are calibrating inside the embryology lab. Okay. So here you will see the readings are pretty different. You'll see that the reading has gone down to 133 as compared to 27,000 particles outside. We've come down to 133 particles. This is as good as ISO 3 level. That is class 100 level of particles. So this is something which we are able to do because we are not using a laminar airflow system, right? So the particle size here you can see, okay. Right? So it's 360 particles, and just within a second it will go down to 133, right? So now we want, yeah, 133. So this is possible because we are using displacement ventilation. So in displacement ventilation, the airflow or the cold air comes from the AHU, and it's a conditioned air which is coming from the bottom of the room rather than having laminar airflows where the airflow comes from the top. Here it is the other way around. Yeah. So air is coming from down. This is the place of the AHU, and here you will find that the values are pretty less. But since it is cold air, the particle size and everything will be there, so it will be slightly heavier. And as we move ahead up, the particles decrease. So here you will see that the particles are going almost to 800, 830. And when we come out, it will be around 133 particles. So this is why we have to take care that you have to maintain the particles, and it's very easy to maintain. So CO2 is also very simple, that in any box incubator or even in your benchtop incubators, you can use any kind of CO2 analyzer, O2 analyzer. Especially for box, you just require CO2 analyzer. It's very simple. You just need to connect your tube and keep it for a few hours, and you can actually do the error correction with your machine. Always keep in mind that your calibration device should be calibrated at least quarterly minimum, so that there are no errors that have to be followed. Right. So COT levels, if there is any error correction required, because if you're saying that it's 6.1 or maybe 6, so luckily we didn't have any error correction to take care of because it was showing the exact one. But anyways, you can just go into calibration and you can just enter and change the value which is correlating to your meter. And that is how you basically do the basic QC for any CO2 incubator. Right. So I think these are the things that we have taken care of. We have taken care of the pH. Osmolality is pretty much the same. You just have to add a drop and keep it in the osmometer, and then you get the values. So your normal value should be around that is your 360 to under 390 normal, or even 410 max milliosmoles per ml. That is your values. pH obviously mentioned that it should be around 7.2 to 7.4 depending on what stage of media you have kept, what stage are the maybe it's a zygote or a cleavage state or a blastocyst. Then we've got the air quality.
So there is some network issue.
Yeah, I think due to paucity of time and a lot of glitches in this one, we'll move on to the next video presentation. If Nishad may allow, I'll apologize later. So if we can have the international lab visit by Dr. Amaran Nakwichian, and his CV slide be projected by the tech team first. So it is my honor to introduce Dr. Amaran Nakwichian, even though this is a pre-recorded video presentation, but it is my singular honor because I was his immediate junior at University of Nottingham, and 10 years down the line, he has accomplished so much, and he has gone back to Thailand and established a state-of-the-art IVF unit. Dr. Amaran Nakwichian is a honorary professor at the University of Nottingham. He has previously done his MRCOG, and he has stayed back in Nottingham after his MHC ART to go on to do PhD in ART. Currently, he is assisting the Dean for International Relations at the Srinath Karan Virot University in Thailand. And he is the Medical and Laboratory Director at Paragon Fertility Clinic, of which we are probably going to be taking a tour of virtually. So without further ado, if we could have the video presentation for Dr. Amaran, please. Thank you. Oh, we have Dr. Amaran here.
Welcome to Paragon Fertility Clinic, located on Ratchadapasek Road, one of Bangkok key commercial district. Its services include fertility treatment, gene diagnostic, and medical checkup. All professional doctors and embryologists have over 10 years of experience. We serve a valuable customer with technology equipment and high standard laboratory, and we take care of them with international customer service and a warm welcome. We are happy to serve a customer 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. to make your dream and happiness come true at a reasonable price. Our high-quality laboratory is designed in accordance with international standards. The control cleanness, Class 1000, pollution, VOC, and stable temperature and humidity by HVAC system, medical level component to protect a valuable customer oocyte and embryo. We are delighted to present our laboratory instrument. We use cutting-edge technology for oocyte collection, ICSI, biopsy, and embryo transfer. In a fully environment control closed system, the can model as inside the uterus to maintain the quality of the oocyte and embryo to generate higher success. A time lab culture system is used to analyze and select the highest quality embryo for transfer. The improvement of Britannia real-time monitoring and data locker system for laboratory quality management is beneficial in preventing instrument error that will influence the quality of the embryo. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we use a high standard of protection for our customer and employee by using the nasopharyngeal swab test by biosafety booth, positive pressure, cleaning and coating solution on the surface, medical grade air purifier for airborne disease, coverage throughout the clinic area.
Welcome to Paragon Fertility Clinic. You are now in our IVF laboratory. This room is temperature controlled and also for humidity and positive pressures. Early of the day, once the embryologist come in this room, she will go and check for the positive pressures and the temperature 20 to 25 degrees Celsius and humidity between 30 to 60 degrees. After that, she needs to check for the refrigerator temperature and the freezer temperature. Following that, she will then go and check for the gas concentration, CO2 and oxygen within all incubators of the room. Another QC of the day, including the particle check and also the VOC counters, as well as the CO2 leak and oxygen alarm that should be installed within the facilities, including in this lab as well. This room is connected to the operative theater and also through this passing box, which we can take the follicular fluid sample out from the operative theater and put it in the IVF workstation. All IVF procedures is worked under environmental control. This is the modified laminar flow containing 6% carbon dioxide and 5% oxygen, basically low oxygen CO2 incubators. And we also install the stereo microscope inside this one with heated surface for oocyte searching. Inside this chamber, also the screen that the embryologist can see, and also this screen is connected to the operative theater behind me, so the doctor can also see what's going on within this chamber. This is our ICSI station, another closed system modified laminar flow with 6% CO2 and 5% oxygen with temperature control. We install the inverted microscope within this chamber, and we use the piezoelectric ICSI for fertile oocyte and also the IMSI and spindle wheel. This is our standard ICSI procedures. On the far side of the lab, less busy but has to be easy accessible, we install the benchtop incubators. This benchtop incubator is connected with the Britannia alarming system, so we can monitor, basically have the data log system for the temperatures and the currents that go into this machine. We decide to use this benchtop rather than the big incubator because it is established that the benchtop incubator is easily controlled and also is easily reversible, and it can basically produce more successful outcome. In the lab, you should have reserved benchtop incubator, which is this one. So we use this one in case that this incubator has gone failure. So we also have the reserve. Also in this area, we can use this area for the freezing and thawing. This is a cryo tub, and this is the cryo block. Okay, and also this is for thawing. So this stage warmer has 25 degrees on the side and 37 degrees in the middle. So you can basically put the thawing samples on the side first and then gone into the middle for the second step. In this lab, we also install the time-lapse embryoscope. This one can monitor the embryos from day 0 until day 5. So we gain understanding about how embryo growth and use for embryo selection for embryo transfer. This is the carbon dioxide incubator, but we didn't use it to culture embryo anymore. So now we move all embryos to the benchtop incubator previously mentioned. This one is just for warming reagents and instruments to use it in the lab. The reason why we moved from this big incubator into the benchtop is basically because of the evidence that use the benchtop can increase the pregnancy rate up to 15%. This one is not currently in use. Basically, it's our in reserve isolate. to use for oocyte searching and the embryo transfer. So you can load embryo from here, or you can search the oocyte within here. This one can install the gas, gasoline CO2, and also warm gas. So this is basically temperature control and the gas control as well. And we didn't use it now because now we move to all the closed system on the other side, but we just keep it as our reserve. Okay, now you are in the cryopreservation room. The Thai regulations state that you should have separate cryopreservation room from the IVF laboratory. Also, you need to have separate liquid nitrogen tank for infectious embryos and gametes. So this is the infectious embryo tank, infectious sperm tank, non-infectious sperm, non-infectious embryos, non-infectious oocytes. When I say infectious, it's mainly the hepatitis B, hepatitis C. And if you have the HIV positive, you also need to have another one as well. All liquid nitrogen tank connected with the Britannia alarming system. This one can maintain and also tell us about the temperatures. And also in this room, we install the oxygen depletion monitor. So one is gone round, meaning that there's a leakage of the liquid nitrogen. Okay, on this side, we have the transport liquid nitrogen tank, and we used to refill the liquid nitrogen tank from outside from here. And we have freezers and the fridge with data log for keeping the IVF media and everything. Okay, now the monitor gone loud, so we need to evacuate. Also connect to the cryopreservation room is our andrology lab. So this room has the pass box from the sperm collection room outside, and we have the laminar flow with the microscope, and also we have the incubator used for sperm preparation. And because we didn't have that many cycles, so we didn't invest in the CASA system, but we have the lens hooks, which is basically the mini CASA system. So this one can also report similar to the CASA system.
At our infertility clinic, we provide high-quality embryo culture with least disturbance. This is aimed to produce top-quality embryos for high success rates. Our highlights including our controlled environment, either within the lab in terms of our air quality management, and also within our closed IVF and ICSI workstation system. Other thing is about the single-step media culture for 5 days in either of the benchtop incubator or the options for embryoscope. We didn't change the media. And finally, I'd like to mention our gentle micro manipulation procedures, including PSO ICSI and the flicking method embryo biopsy. With our current technologies, we have the PSO ICSI. PSO ICSI, basically, this machine is to produce the electrical pulse being converted from the mechanical pulse. This machine comes with the very fine and thin special injection needle. So this is gentle for the oocyte, and with this equipment, we can reduce the oocyte lysis and degeneration rate following ICSI down to 1.5%. In fact, this year, when we look back to our data, when we use the PSO ICSI, there's no lysis or degeneration rate of the oocyte at all. Another thing is the IMSI and the spindle wheel. So IMSI is for selection of the sperm, you already know that, and also for the spindle wheel. As you can see from this picture, sometimes there's this displacement of the meiotic spindle from the area of the first polar body, and it's quite dangerous if you inject the needle through this area like usual, because you can destroy the meiotic spindle and you can basically lose these oocytes. Okay, and last thing is our flicking method, embryo biopsy. So we tend to limit the use of laser for the embryo biopsy. So you can see from this video that we just flick the needle, the injection needle on the holding pipette, and with this one we have 100% survival rate following embryo biopsy and following the frozen thaw cycle of the biopsy embryo as well. And also we can basically achieve 0% amplification failure for the PGTA method. It is established that mammals, including humans, embryos, require low oxygen environments. The study is already established in the animals, but in humans, the effect on early day 2 or 3 embryo is still inconclusive. However, with the extended embryo cultures, day 5 or day 6, and transfer, the beneficial effects of low oxygen culture is observed with an increased in live birth rate for approximately 15%. Another thing is about the temperature control. Because of the oocyte melting window is very sensitive to temperature fluctuation, which can cause aneuploidies and adverse effect on the embryo development. So when selecting the workstation in the IVF and ICSI procedures, with how many options do you have? So first you have to select between the open and the closed system, and also secondly about the type of the laminar airflow, either the unidirectional laminar airflow or the class 2 biological safety cabinet. And also if you have another choice of using the isolate or the mobile chamber if you have distance operative theater from the embryology lab. And also about it depends on the SOP, so which procedures you like to use, either OPU, freezing, insemination, ICSI, or the micromanipulation technique and the embryo transfer. Here in our clinic, we use closed system due to the low oxygen environment and also the temperature fluctuation idea that I mentioned in the previous slide. And also we select the unidirectional laminar airflow because if you use the class 2 safety cabinet, it can dry out your media, so it alters the pH and the concentration of the media. And we use the closed system for all procedures, OPU, freezing, insemination, ICSI, and embryo biopsy, and also the embryo transfer. So you can see on the left-hand side the conventional system. So VOC can be everywhere in the lab and also in the laminar airflow because of the compressed gas and also the gas from outside. In the closed system, it can improve success rate by you can maintain the womb-like condition, temperatures, level of oxygen and carbon dioxide, and also you can install the VOC reduction filter, so everything is maintained and it's better for the embryo. This is what we call the stress-free embryology. So it reduces the problems of uncontrollable factors of temperatures and CO2, O2 during oocytes and embryo handlings. However, it's still kind of best practice to have the MOPs or heat beads handling media during the process of the searching. But for the rest, I don't think that it's really important now. So we can use just the normal bicarbonate buffer culture media. And yeah, you can see that you can use the IVF workstation for oocyte handling and also the embryo transfer, but you need the ICSI workstation for ICSI and the embryo biopsy. So I show you the our EC workstation. This is from the Palside company. So the environment inside the cabinet was already set, and it's not very difficult, and it's kind of like easy to use when you're passing the samples inside and outside through the hatch block, and you perform the exit technique within the controlled environment. I didn't see any restrictions, and this is not just myself, it's also for my team, the embryologists in the lab. They didn't say that there were any restrictions at all. So I think basically when you select the XC workstation, you need to really consider about the ergonomic design, because compared to the IVF treatment, it's completely different in terms of timing. So if you need to work here for a very long time, let's say if you have like 20 to 40 oocytes, you need to do XC for more than an hour, something like that. So it needs to be really stress-free, not for embryo, but for the embryologist as well. Everything should be controlled, so you have everything here on the touch screen, in terms of temperatures, in terms of the oxygen and carbon dioxide levels, and you can basically have a kind of alarm and data logger as well. And with this one, you have the interlock hatch block, so you can pass the media through this hatch block, and there is the kind of like the control on the hatch block that then basically prevent the mixture of the oxygen not to go inside very that much. And also the you have the VOC reduction system here, as I said. And another thing that's really important is the anti-vibration system. Yeah, you can see here that the hatch block is can also be controlled in terms of the oxygen concentration, so they can purge the nitrogen gas within to maintain the cabinet environment level of temperatures and the level of the gas. Okay, in terms of the quality controls and maintenance, our embryologists do the daily QC, which includes the room temperatures, humidity, and pressure. The incubator temperatures, this is done by the Britannia data log. I'm going to show you in the next slide. The incubator gas system from the screen, and also containing the data log as well. The fridge and freezer temperature, the gas supplies, the cryo storage tank. This is also by the Britannia system, and also the environmental and incubator VOC. So we measure VOC and particle every day. So weekly, they perform the liquid nitrogen level checking and refilling. For each 3 months, every 3 months, they perform the VOC inline filter replacement, and the company will come, Palside will come to do the maintenance for us twice a year. And this is all the equipment we have at the clinic. The VOC and the particle counter, thermometer, gas analyzer, and the Britannia system. The Britannia monitoring system can help us to monitor temperatures within the liquid nitrogen tank here, and also the incubator, and it's all record. And also they check for the currents for the incubator as well, so the embryologist has an opportunity to know if they're not at the clinic through the application in their mobile phones, and also onto the desktop of the clinic. Another quality control is to look at the KPI, and this is our KPI in 2021, which is the most recent one. And basically, we had approximately 80% fertilization rate and almost 100% cleavage. For the blastocyst is 57 in people less than 40 years old and 55% in patients over than 40 years old. Tend to be very similar, reflecting that the oversight competency and also the early stage competency is really good, similar to between both age groups. And the clinical pregnancy rates and the implantation rate, they're similar between these two groups as well. So 67% clinical pregnancy rate and 60% implantation rate. In terms of the survival, following biopsy and thawing, as I mentioned before, it's 100%. And we didn't have the amplification failure in terms of the blastocyst biopsy. So I think this is to check that our embryo biopsy method is working.
Finally, I would like to thank the organizing committee and the Academy of Clinical Embryologists India for providing us a very good opportunity to show our clinic today. My thanks to all of my team at the Paragon Fertility Clinic, and also my appreciation to the Pulside Company team as well. Thank you very much.
Wonderful video, Dr. Amaran. Really delighted, and I would like to welcome you again. I'm so sorry I skipped giving you a podium for introduction, but if I may have your 5 to 10 minutes for you to add on to anything over and above the video that you showed. Very informative to know that you're doing piezo-ICSI for all your patients and how you have reduced your oocyte degeneration to 0%. So comment on that as well, how the difference between the fertilization rates and the other developmental parameters with conventional ICSI as regards to piezo-ICSI, now that you have shifted on to piezo-ICSI, apart from the oocyte degeneration as well. So all yours, Dr. Amaran.
Okay, thank you very much, Pranay, and nice to see you again. Haven't seen you for long, and I think it's very good for joining your conference, because I think it's a good opportunity. I think it's kind of like lucky that we have COVID now. It is the good thing that I see from the COVID side, so we can join you online easier. And many apologies for my robot like movement in the video. So I'm not really good at video at all. Yeah, and to your mention about the piezo-ICSI. So earlier we didn't use it for every patient, and now we slowly move it to all piezo-ICSI, because we found that it's very good for the oocyte, and especially for people with old age. And because of the COVID this year, so people who come to the clinic, they always old, and that's why we have to move to the 100% piezo-ICSI, and we're really happy about this technique as well. Just to mention that, so basically you saw that we got too many stuff in the lab, and basically we're lucky to have the IVF company, the Pulside company, as our partner. So they know, kind of like they've been in business for long. Even for me, even with my experience, so I still need to ask them sometimes. And I think it's good to search for your local company. And if you have basic knowledge, like this is what you're doing today. So you learn about basics, you learn about why you really need this machine, why you really need the SOP. And if you search for the local company, sometimes you can get this machine in a very kind of, it's not really like expensive price. Yeah, because we're lucky to have like all of these IVF stations in our lab, and it's really good. Yeah. So I'm not really sure what should I add on. So I think it should go to yours, whether you have any questions or you want me to elaborate something, so I can then answer you as well.
I think I can make a comment on behalf of all of us that we are awestruck by the futuristic lab that you have, and all of us are a little jealous right now of the lab culture conditions and the equipment that you are blessed to have. And we were sharing on the group that what a wonderful lab that you have. I think we'll be taking some questions if they pop up in the chat box. But
right.
Can I ask one question?
If I may, yeah, please, Saroj, go ahead.
Have you switched on completely to piezo XC, Dr. Amarin? Like you're not doing normal XC at all?
Yeah, so the problem at the moment for the piezo-XC is the setup. So sometimes I mean, when compared to the standard XC, it took longer time to set up. And the needle, the type of needle is not really, so you need to get used to this one. And it's different in terms of the setup, the needle. So if you have like too many oversights, it took longer time. So for us, the reason why it's almost 100% piezo-XC at the moment, because most of the people who come to have treatment during the COVID, they kind of like, they cannot wait. So that's why we use piezo-XC. But I think there's still limitation on patient with PCOS, something like that. So that's still something if you have many cycles during the day. So that's still limitation on that as well.
So when you, let's say when you are comparing a oocyte degeneration between a regular XC and a piezo XC, what were the differences? Like what made you switch completely to a piezo XC?
Yeah, I think in terms of the, it's going to be the degeneration rate for piezo XC, especially for when we call the poor response oocyte. So when you insert the needle in, and it's not like the membrane break very easily. So normally for the competent oocyte, the membrane will break after 50% once you insert the needle in. But for older people or people who have very like big donor, just like 20% broken, and then you found that like the content, the ooplasm content leak out. And with the piezo-XC, because they came with a very thin fine needle, I haven't seen anything like that. So it's better for the very fragile oocyte and also for the frozen oocyte as well.
Someone was asking in the chat, what will be the price difference between kind of the regular
Yeah, so at the moment we didn't charge the extra price because the XC was already at the setup, so we didn't buy them. Yeah, but yeah, that's a cost because you use different needle and you use different stitch for the piezo-XC, so you need to buy the glass stitch, yeah, to use with that one. But once you comfortable with all of this, I think I don't think that they're going to be like much different price, just only for the machine. Yeah.
Pranay, up to you.
Yeah, I would hate to close this this particular presentation because there's so much to learn from just a 30-minute video, which so comprehensively and succinctly compresses the whole workshop that we are all about today. And just a walk through your lab and even seeing your embryologist at the back right now with all those QC equipments portrayed right in front is the epitome of what we are talking about today. But as much as we would want you to stay and us to listen to you, we'd have to move on to the last topic for today, which is the panel discussion on maintenance of instruments. So if I may ask your leave, Dr. Amarin, it has been a pleasure having you here. We're delighted, and it was indeed a privilege for all of us to be able to witness your virtual tour of your lab. Thank you again.
Maybe we should all go for a physical tour, Pranay, not a virtual. We should go
once the sky open again, and then if you come to Thailand, give me a shout, and then I can bring you to our lab. And I would just like to say the last word that it's a really great opportunity to see all of you, and thank you so much for inviting us. And I would like to thank all of my team and the Pulsar company as well to make this video happen. And next time, hopefully, I'll be like less robot-like. So hopefully, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amarin. That was a wonderful tour, wonderful lab. And we're looking forward that once everything opens up, we'll definitely like to visit it. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so moving on. Take care. Thank you. All right. So moving on to the last part of today's workshop, we've got a panel discussion, and Again, we got a wonderful moderator, none other than Dr. Pranay Ghosh, and we got Abhinay Dudeja with him, who is the co-moderating. I leave the whole assignment now to Pranay and Abhishek for this. And the basic topic is on maintenance of instrument. Please take away.
Thank you, Nishad. Have a wonderful night and prepare for your talks tomorrow. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
So I hope you can see the slides for the panel.
Yes.
Yes. So it is my pleasure to moderate this panel, the climax to this wonderful evening. I again thank Saroj and the local organizing committee for having this wonderful workshop. Our panelists for today are plenty, and I think most of them, they require no introduction. We have an absentee here today, and we'll try to fill our void. With us is Dr. Naval Shah. He is the head of quality assurance and operation at Indra IVF. I think he is synonymous for QCQ at Indra, and we know him from his time spent at HRA Young Ambassador in 2019. He has a strong background in running SOP-driven processes, and without further ado, we'll like to welcome him. Welcome, Mr. Shah, if you're here.
Thank you, Pranay.
Dr. Adita is a close friend. She's the embryologist at Dr. L.H. Hiranandani Hospital. She's a consultant embryologist with a plethora of years behind her. Is a trainer for SR embryology course for the past 3 years. Has completed her PGDIS trainee at Turkey, and is a ASRM certified embryologist. Sorry about that, which was completed last year.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard, Dr. Adita. With us is Dr. Zeba Ali Jahangir, who has completed her MSc in biotechnology and biotechnology of human assisted reproduction from the University of Valencia in Spain. And she's currently the lab manager at Apollo Fertility, Kolkata. Welcome, Dr. Jahangir.
Thank you.
We also have Dr. Jignesha Chauhan with us, who has a lot of experience in the field of priority, currently working as a freelancer in a lot of centers in Mumbai. She is an ex-senior embryologist at Bloom IVF Center, has previously worked with the biggest of the names like Dr. Sadhna Desai and Dr. Vijay Mangoli. Special areas of interest are cryobiology, QA, QC audit, and maintenance, all what we are talking about today. And she has also contributed a lot of chapters in the various ART textbooks. And finally, Sanket, who I would not be introducing again. He was the opening batsman for today. And needless to say, he is a wonderful friend, and he is a HRA certified clinical embryologist. Congratulations for that again, which happened this year only, I guess. And he is heading executive. He is also executive committee member at ACE, and I know him as a peer reviewer for a lot of journals, and he has a lot of publications going on for him, a lot of newsletters under his garb. So without further ado, let's jump into it. We're talking about the maintenance of instruments today, and the need for discussing maintenance of instruments is because we want our outcomes in embryology to be independent of our interventions. We know that we cannot change the input in terms of the patient profile, the oocytes that we get. Probably stimulation has a little role to play with regards to the oocyte quality and the quantity, and so on and so forth with the male gamete, the sperm. But it is up to us as embryologists not to cause further deterioration of the quality of the gametes that we are getting in, and so that our processes are no longer dependent on the equipment that we are using. There is a need for QA and QC and maintenance of the equipment used in the laboratory. We also know that IVF lab is a very complex workplace where too many variables are at play, right? From the time of receipt of gametes to the time of embryo transfer. And again, I'm emphasizing that it is this workplace where there's a lot of chance of lapses being creeping in just because of the quality of the equipment being subpar, that we need to be mindful of having our equipments being taken up for preventative maintenance, and we need to be mindful that they're working perfectly well so that we can assure that the output that we are generating is irrespective of us as embryologists and the equipment. again, just a couple of slides before we actually jump upon the questions. There's an African saying that says that it takes a village to raise a child. I mean, it is not just the parents, it takes more than the parents, the whole community to raise a child. And the same is true for the embryo. It takes a village to raise an embryo. And this village is probably the equipments that we're talking about, apart from the factors that come from the clinical side, the incubators, microscopes, micromanipulators, air quality equipment, workstations, laser, and so on and so forth. So I would hand it over to Dr. Abhinav to go on and shoot out the questions with regards to the equipment in the IVF lab. And we'll start with the incubators in IVF lab. We know that there are a lot of considerations with regards to box versus benchtop, TC versus IR sensor, air jacketed or water jacketed, humidified versus dry. So, Dr. Abhinav, if you would like to take it from here.
Thank you, Dr. Pranay. And I welcome all the panelists. So we'll proceed with how to maintain the incubators inside the IVF laboratory. We'll be talking about all the instruments in the subsequent slides. Starting with the incubator sterility, culture system, and whether the remote monitoring is essential in your, so like, would you feel that is a need of the hour or not? So I would like Dr. Ratita to take this question.
Dr. Nawal, if you could elaborate on the incubators in IVF lab, the questions that have been touched upon. How do you go about maintaining sterility, ensuring appropriate culture system environment in terms of temperature, CO2, and pH? Please take it from here. Dr. Nawal Shah.
Right. Thanks, Pranay, and thanks, Abhinav, for introduction. I mean, it's a panel discussion, so obviously everyone can chip in. I'd like to put in my points. And before we start, I would obviously like to thank ACE for giving this opportunity, and it's been wonderful presentation till now. With regards to the functions, right, we have already spoken on this part. I think Abhinav also gave a very beautiful video and how he uses his incubators. And at the same time, we also had good talks. We had talks from Dr. Kersi, we had talks from Vijay sir, and a lot of others also who elaborated the importance. Now, the sensors which are actually being used, I think this TC and IR is IR sensors are something which are in the modern incubators, and TC is something which is now old dated. And we do prefer with the IR sensors going on for the for CO2. With regards to O2 also, I think zirconium sensors are something which are being used in modern days incubator. But this is something which maybe already a user may not be, actually they may not know this, it's fine. If there are no sensors, we use cook, where we have a pre-mixed gases. And if there are pre-mixed gases, then the calibration of cook is very important on a routine basis, so that because it's the incubator who is purging in the gas directly from the pre-mixed gases. With regards to the functions, what also makes it important is the air quality into the lab. So all these sensors and everything will work in the incubator. At the same time, we also need to take care of the air quality, which is coming from outside into the incubator, which is a lab air, and that also has to be under HU, HVAC, so that the lab quality of air is also pretty good enough, which at the end of the day will maintain the better internal air of an incubator also. We talked about box. Now, I think with regards to even the jacket, I think it's air jacket, which is these days almost all the incubators are having. A water jacket are something which is again something which of past, and mostly this all works with the conduction. I think we had a very good presentation, convection in the air, and we had a very good presentation initially also. So maybe I'll not be very good in, not go deep into all these points. Benchtop, I would recommend for culture. Yes, we need two types of incubators in a system, that is box type and benchtop. That is what I feel, and that my recommendation would be use box type basically for media equilibration and benchtop for the culture, because it has a direct heat and it gives a contact directly to the dishes, which maintains the better temperature into the dish. And that is something which even time lapse has taken it all the more further. So time lapse has a direct heat. They have their inline filters other than the inline filters which we have for the gases, which also maintains the better air quality within themselves. And all these functions, I think time lapse has got all those things into them, which are yet to be 100% verified and certified. But I think time lapse has given good air quality and good temperature control, which is very important with regards to culture. because we have seen that with the mild variations of the temperature also, there can be the huge difference in overall culture. Going on to next is the humidity, and we call it as a dry heat and a moist heat. Both the type of incubators are been in the system. Cook is an example of an humidified one. We have Aztec and K system, which are dry heat. The time lapse, most of the time lapse are dry heat. Again, I would not comment which is the best, because both of them can be the best. You have to understand your gadget, you have to understand how they function, and if that is suiting to your system or your process, you can go ahead with any incubator and set your process and SOPs with regards to that incubator, which will give you the best outcome. So that is what I'll say about with regards to the functions which goes on to the incubators. Now, what is most important is the maintenance. Thanks for that change of slide. And what is most important is the maintenance. You need preventive maintenance for the incubators. Everything has a time period. If you are unable to work upon your incubators are heart of an IVF lab, and that is where everything is going into for the best results. And if you don't have quarterly check in AMC, that is something which will definitely affect the incubators a lot. So you need AMC and you need checklist. So AMC is something which maybe your third party vendor will keep on doing, but if they are not able to do that, you should remind your own self. So you should have a lab checklist where it is mentioned that where the contract on was done, when the auto start is due next, and when are the periodic maintenance also due for the incubator, the water change in the incubator. All of this matters a lot. And for that, you should have your own lab checklist, which keeps reminding you of your dates which are upcoming. On the similar lines, sterilization. Now you have your lab checklist, you have your AMC, but your sterilization cycles should also be pretty perfect. How to sterilize an incubator, as I think Abhinav have already shown in this video, which was pretty robust. It covered both box type incubators and the benchtop incubators. So again, I'll not go deep into that. And to make sure that your air quality in incubators are pretty good, you need the filters, which are inline and membrane filters. Possibly these days, most of them are not using membrane filters in the CO2 incubator or a box type incubator. Now, the importance of membrane filter is anytime if there is a big purge of a gas coming in suddenly, it may harm incubator. And if you have a membrane filter in between the gas pipeline and an incubator, that impact has been taken by membrane filter and it saves incubator for any further damage. And that's why membrane filter becomes very important. With regards to air quality, yes, we need an inline filter, and we need it for even box type and even bench type. With regards to maintenance, that is quality management system, we have been talking quite about overall maintenance of incubator. Yes, daily monitoring is pretty important. We saw it in a video just previous to this, where Dr. Amreen showed that they are doing daily monitoring. It is not only for lab parameters, it is also for incubators also. So you need to check CO2, O2 daily. If you have O2, you need to definitely check it. You need external analyzers to do that. Incubator display may not be the perfect display, and you need to keep validating that with your external analyzer. So you need a temperature meter and CO2 analyzer in your lab, and you should monitor it daily and log it down to keep your incubator in a healthy conditions. You should know in your own lab what are your limits. Different media, different altitude has a different range of CO2 to be going into the incubator. So your lab should be aware. A scientific director or a chief embryologist should make it a point that a junior embryologist is also aware what is the range of temperature, range of CO2 which should be going into the lab, and they should write it on their log so that they also don't forget it. What is the difference? Is it 0.2, 0.5? What is a variable range which is accepted? And that range should be known by entire team. With regards to the gases, you have to take it from the standard gases. We know that there are a lot of gas suppliers in the market. They may not able to give you certificate, especially with regards to premixed gases has becomes very, very, very important. So you should only take gases from a vendors who give you certificate for mixture of that gas in the cylinder, and then only you should accept that for your incubators. And remote monitoring from my point of view is very important. Abhinav also very well said in his video and in his presentation that you're completely free. If you are going home, if there is any electricity problem happening, if there is any malfunctioning happening for sensors, then it immediately gives you an alarm, and you can immediately direct your team to go into the lab and work on it. Yes, it is pretty expensive, and not all labs may invest in remote monitoring systems or an alarm systems. but that is a future, and that would be right now. And third, in an external way, possibly tomorrow, those will come as an inherent quality of all the incubators. So it is required. And to keep it an up and running stage, we need an electricity backup, which in our system, I have a UPS backup for an incubator, and that UPS is backed onto the generator. If the light goes, generator takes a time to get live. It may take 1 minute, 5 minutes. Till that time, you should have an immediate supply of UPS available. And then to that UPS, there should be a generator backup. So that's how you can maintain a continuous supply of electricity in an incubator. And how do you manage all this? Obviously, you need a backup of incubators. There should be a distribution of a patient sample. I think if you keep more than one sample in one particular chamber, that is going to give a lot of off-gassing. The most important parameter to maintain the good conditions in an incubator is the door opening. How many times are you opening the benchtop incubators or a box type incubator? Because that has a lot of effect on overall culture. So for that, ideally, I would say that there should be one patient per shelf or one patient per chamber. If you have multiple chambers in box type, that is recommendable. If it is benchtop, it should be one. If at all it is not working, maximum two, but not more than two patients in one shelf is what I would recommend. Your workflow management should be adjusted, because in Indian system, batch is different and a continuous work is different. So the incubator requirement with regards to that changes, right? And you should have a backup incubator always in your lab, that if one fails, you have another immediately. Like we have a lot of incubators these days, which may have a problem in O2 sensor. If it goes off, then you need to immediately shift culture to your next incubator. We need a change in O2 sensor every 1 year or 2 years as per the what has been said by manufacturers. So to do that, you should always have a backup incubator, and you should manage the ergonomics of a lab in such a way that you don't need to open the incubators regularly. You can keep it near ICSI workstations. Your incubators can be at different places so that you can manage it accordingly. You can manage the space, you can manage the flow, and you can manage your entire work to give the best outcomes for the culture. So that is what I would mention with regards to incubators, and thanks for your time.
You. I mean, at the end of this panel, I think all of us can get together and write a book, at least a chapter on QC/QA.
Yes.
So, thank you so much for that very succinct elaboration of the heart of the ART lab. After this, we'll come to the microscope. So from the heart to the site, a lot of considerations, what microscope to talk about: compound, stereozoom, different illumination systems, and polarized light microscopes. So this is a question for Dr. Atita.
Yes.
Abhinav, please.
Yes, so thank you, Dr. Naval. It was a very crisp presentation. Proceeding to the microscope, we'd like to know insights about how to maintain the microscope. How do you clean the microscope frame? What would be the clean optical system? And what is polar illumination? And how do you adjust the transmitted light? Over to you, Dr. Atita. Doctor, you are on mute. I'm sorry, you are on mute. Yes.
Just a minute. Yeah. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Thank you, Wes, for this chance. And yeah, I'll go through it. So there are three types of like microscope: stores, compound, stereozoom, and inverted. So now we are doing now we'll come to the point how to clean. Basically, the stereozoom we use for dissections and pick up, egg harvesting, and biopsy preparation and all. But there are four types of available microscope in the market: Nikon, Olympus, Leica, Carl Zeiss, and etc. etc. So cleaning of microscope is regular checkup light source whenever you come in the lab. Okay, if you have a work or if you don't have a work, at least for 10 minutes you just switch on your lights. Okay, and I do freelancing, so I tell everyone to do this at least for twice in a day. Okay, like a 10 days, 10 minutes, and check the light source, then magnification, coarse and fine knob, daily cleaning with the microscope eyepiece or the microscope objective lens, the moisten lens paper with the lens cleaning solution. So of course AMC 3 times at least, thoroughly AMC, so that people, they're coming and they're using, either they are using Say xylene, so we are not preferring in the lab, but yeah, they're cleaning very much thoroughly. So again, the inverted microscope we are using for the ICSI and the biopsies, and of course it is in a Nikon, Olympus, Leica, Carl Zeiss, the same type of microscope. And the maintenance will be the daily like a light source, magnification, then coarse and fine knob, alignment for the ICSI purpose. Heating stage also important, that also we have to check each and every day, okay, whether heating is working or not before checking your embryos or before performing the ICSI. And of course check the stage moving knob, okay, whether it is going properly, like front, back, and up, down. We have to check that daily cleaning again is the same way how we are doing in the stereo zoom microscope. And the AMC again, at least yearly thrice we have to do AMC for it. The color illumination is a method of the optical alignment that helps you to produce every illuminated visual field with the excellent contrast and the maximum sample details, thus allowing you to exploit the microscope full potential. So the compound function is a collector lens and the field lens, okay, or the field lens and the field diaphragm and condenser diaphragm and condenser lens. It is very much important, because of if your light source is not proper, then you cannot check your gametes properly, or cannot do the ICSI, or cannot perform any kind of method, okay, whether it is anything like a TISA sample, or it is like a ICSI with oocyte, you cannot check properly. So that is the very much important thing. And of course it should be clean by the proper person or the proper AMC person. So that can be checked by again yearly thrice whenever you do the inverted microscope or this thing like AMC. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Atita. Yeah.
Wonderful. There are a lot of resources available for the delegates. If you want to check, you can Google microscope cleaning. Olympus. It will be available online, and you can see the method in which you actually wrap around the lens paper around a wick of wood, and you can clean from the center to the periphery. And again, there are a lot of videos available online about polar illumination. Illumination, so that you know that your specimens are evenly illuminated, and so you know whether you are having any problems that you're encountering. You need to be calling the AMC person for the service.
Yes.
So, due to the paucity of time, we are not going to show what exactly, how do you go about checking for polar illumination, but do know that this in fact is a point for consideration. Coming to micro manipulators, again, a lot of considerations. We use the micro manipulators for ICSI, zygote and embryo assessments, laser assisted hatching, and the PGTA, PGTM biopsy procedures. There are other considerations like whether to use mechanic or hydraulic or automatic, what type of injector to use, pneumatic or oil-based, what type of glass stage is better, metallic or heated, or now newer glass stage with convection type blowing. Essentially a micromanipulator is a coming together of the inverted microscope, the stage, the micromanipulator, and the injector. So again, my question to the next panelist is, how do you care for your micromanipulator in terms of its maintenance of the temperature, vibration reduction? Do we need to limit the exposure of light? Do we need to do something apart from the ordinary to maintain the pH and the osmolarity of the gametes in the ICSI dish? And finally, a word about the laser alignment. So this question is for Dr. Jigna Nair.
Can I come in a moment?
Sure, sir, please.
Yeah. For the microscopes, the real trouble we face is from the humidity when we are not using it. So I always suggest people to just make use, you know, in our pregnancy test kits, in our ICSI needle boxes and other things, we get silica gel packets. You just place silica gel packets onto the condenser lens, onto the eyepiece lens when they are not being used, because humidity leads to fungus. And once fungus gets into the system, no amount of cleaning is going to take out the effect of the mycelium there. Second thing is when you are not using the microscope on the glass stage, accidentally while cleaning the microscope frame or anything, the needle might drop. That's why what you have got to do is some unused, dish lid or something, you place it onto the glass stage just to protect the glass from any accident of the needle holders.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much for your practical input, sir. We're going to the care of the micromanipulators. Dr. Jigna, if we can have your word regarding the reduction of vibration.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Since we have finished with the microscopes, now we'll start with the micromanipulators. I think first I'll be talking about the temperature, because that is where we are placing our dishes for the ICSI or the biopsies or the laser, and that is where the stage where we are working. So always check the temperature before you start your procedures. And first of all, what we need to take care of before we set up any lab or before we start our position. I mean, we know the lab is set up, but then before, ideal positioning of the workstation should be not in front of your HEPA filter system or where the airflow is coming, because that will reduce your temperature of the stages. So once you start your procedure, make sure that temperature of the room is ambient and it doesn't reduce the temperature of the stage on which you are working, because lower the temperature, it will damage your cytoskeleton spindle of the oocytes. And once you have lower fertilization or the delayed embryo development, you will not know what went wrong. So checking of temperature every now and then before every procedures, before your laser or before your biopsies is very important. Also, the calibration of the system of temperature calibration need to be done, as we have already checked about the AMCs and taking care of all the instruments through this AMC. It should also be included in this ICSI micromanipulator.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Next, we'll be talking about vibration. Again, the same thing which goes on for vibration is the positioning. And when you are setting up the micromanipulator, preferably ground floor, but when we don't have a choice, we always have a other option is anti-vibration table, which we can use. That is a benchtop, anti-vibration benchtop to place your micromanipulators. Also, to reduce, I mean, ideally, we don't have many embryologists working at the time of ICSI going on, so that there is no trafficking around, embryologists moving in and out, and that may also give you vibration here and there, because the micro tools which we are using, they are very fine, and once there is any slightly movement around here and there, you may change your focus and it will damage your oocytes or the embryos while doing this. So again, it should not be very close to your air supply fixtures. Moving on to your exposure to light, yes, light has always been a issue when you are using your oocytes gametes, because they are used to, the lower the light, the better development of the embryos. And when we are working with oocytes and gametes, we are always working under the microscopes which are giving the halogen lamps are giving the light, and this light energy is the one which causes harm to oocytes and embryos. Therefore, you should always use green filters, and exposure to light when you are working in the lab also, it should be subdued. Next is very important, pH and osmolality, which we always keep an eye on, because that is where we have been working with all the medias right from day 0 to our day 5. So the key here of all the procedures in in the embryology is faster the process, and we have quick movement of moving the oocytes embryos from one dish to another dish, and it gives better development of the embryos. So chances of drastic shift of pH when we are using bicarbonate buffered media when injection process going on, because if there are TISA sperms, if there is a low count, then you have a longer time taking for your injections. Better to use buffered media. And I prefer using buffered media while handling oocytes or embryos. Of course, there is an oil overlay when you're doing ICSI. So there is less of evaporation and heat loss is also less, and that provides protection from any air contamination also. So also when you are making your dishes for ICSI, for your biopsy media should be used quickly, and you overlay them quickly with your oil. Once PVP and media drops are placed in your ICSI dishes, you overlay them with oil very soon. For that, you need a staff which is trained, or the technical aspects are to be taken care of at this point.
So I wanted to make a comment regarding addition to the ICSI, right? In terms of mimicking it to more physiological ICSI, like the one that the isolates and the physiological cabinets that Dr. Amarin has showed, so that you can have a temperature controlled ICSI where it is possible to even work with a bicarbonate buffered media, though it's not advisable.
it's not, yes,
So
yes.
this is a makeshift isolate wherein you can pump hot air to maintain the temperature at even about around the stage, not even just the stage, but around the stage. This is a contraption which blows air at 37 degrees to make sure that everything is at 37 degrees.
Correct. That will be your next, I think, investment for all the clinicians and the embryologists to work on. And I think Dr. Naval showed that on Sunday in collaboration with Indira. So next is laser. Before we engage our laser objectives, we need to make sure, in fact, in any micromanipulation techniques, we make sure that X, Y, and Z axes are in the middle range so that you have free movement of your joysticks. And if you are using hydraulic manipulators, then ensure that oil levels at the top of the micro tools, and so that you avoid any air bubbles, which is the most important factor when you are doing this. One air bubble and you lose everything. So for your precise control of movement, you need to check the oil levels. Then we have laser, which also works on your micro manipulator. So there are 3 properties which lasers work on, is power, wavelength, and pulse duration. So I think all this together need to be calibrated. And further, when you are using it, make multiple pulses of short duration so that the temperature gradients are less, and then you avoid risking your embryos with any damage. So I think lasers need to be calibrated and checked every now and then, because you need to check your target points. You need to check performance of your lasers, not to hit very bold this to then you do the thinning of the zona. So with all this, I think lasers are the most important tool to give you best performance. You need a quality control in place for lasers.
Many thanks. A word about the cryo storage management, about liquid nitrogen level monitoring, auditing, and if at all automatic or manual top up. Question to Dr. Sanket, please.
Yeah, thanks, Manny. Yeah, so coming to this, the level monitoring should be done on a daily basis, and it can be done by 2 ways. Whether you can use a stainless steel to monitor the levels of liquid nitrogen, or you can check the weight of the cylinder every alternate days, so that whatever the difference in the weight should be the liquid nitrogen evaporation rate. And coming to the audit, now I think once in a year would be sufficient, and 2 persons should be involved in cryo storage audit, and as well as it should be performed. It should be noted down who is performing the audit, and what is the aim of the audit, and what are the findings, and are there any shortcomings, and if so, is there any deviation from the SOP? All these things has to be noted down, and as well as what remedial action is carried out, and that's where the CAPA comes into the picture, and what preventive action is taken so that the mistake is not repeated. And also the aim of any audit should be that we are adhering to the SOPs or not, and that traceability is maintained or not with 0% error. And yeah, this is physical check is very much mandatory, where you're going to check for lives, that is leakage, ice, frost, and evaporation, as well as sounds. And whether any issues with this, I think immediate resolution should be done. And with respect to automatic and manual filling system, See, automatic filling system is definitely comforting, but the very thing is that they are expensive. On a daily basis, you need to monitor them, and also the very sensors of this automatic filling systems, like they are solenoid based sensors, which are prone to malfunctioning, and also you should check the valves also. So along with the lives on the tank, you should do lives on the automatic filling system as well. So that is a tedious job as well as a labor-oriented job. And one more important thing is, if you are going for automatic filling system, a backup of liquid nitrogen supply should be there all the times. So then another thing. So my personal choice would be manual filling up.
Old school, right? Because we know now that the two most catastrophic failures in the past, remote past that we know of in the US have been from automatic filling systems, because
they were dependent on automatic filling systems, right?
Yeah. So again, a couple of slides that I'd like to omit that we had talked about in the advanced instrumentation, where you have thermographic imaging systems which can monitor a lot of devas at one go, and they can alert you to tank failures much before the depletion of the liquid nitrogen level. So now Kraus Sentinel is in market, at least in the West. So moving on to the next consideration, workstations. Again, class 1 versus class 2, horizontal versus vertical, integrated versus non-integrated. So the sanctorium that we work at every day, how do we go about monitoring the temperature, the flow, the filters, and if I can have the next panelist for this.
Dr. Zeba?
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm just trying to upload my presentation.
No, you don't need to. This is all. You don't need to upload anything. We are running from this master presentation.
I'm trying to just.
Okay.
It's not coming. Yes. Yes. So, good evening, everybody. So I'll be talking on workstation. So workstation is basically something very important in the lab, and not much to talk about it, but I have certain points which I'll be talking about in further slides. Next slide, please. So it is basically a laminar flow. It is carefully enclosed bench. It is designed to prevent contamination. It has a fan, filter pad, and a HEPA filter. So there are many types of laminar flow available. For example, vertical and horizontal laminar flows. So we need to monitor these following points in laminar flow: temperature, filter, flow, and vibration. So temperature should be within 37 to 37.5 degrees centigrade. And we have a digital probe thermometer to check the stage temperature. And this is something very important. Early in the morning when we enter the lab, this is our first thing that we should check, whether the temperature of the laminar stage is 37 or not. Next is filter. Filter, there are two types of filter present in the laminar flow, HEPA filter and a pre-filter. So these two filters are present in both horizontal and vertical laminar flow. So we have specific gadgets to test filter whether they are performing properly or not. Pre-filter needs to be changed, or we cannot even change. We can just clean it and put it back in 6 months. But every year we need to change filter and pre-filter. We also need to check for the leakage of the filter during lab validation, which is actually should be done with the airflow. The air which comes out from the blower and passes through the filter and into the laminar has a speed of 0.5 meters per second. So we need to put on the airflow 30 minutes prior to the procedure, and then wipe the stage and start our work. So airflow from the blower and air velocity from the filter, these two things are supposed to be checked when we do a lab validation or a technical stop for the maintenance of the lab. See, vibration. Vibration is always if the instrument is displaced. So if the laminar flow is connected to a constantly moving object, it is bound to pick up some kind of vibration. So level of the flooring is also very important. If the level of the flooring is not perfect, then there might be vibrations. The laminar flow should not stick to the wall. If it is sticking, that means it can pick up some kind of vibration. And the wheels of the workstation has to be checked when they are installed. They have to check whether all the wheels of the workstation are fine or not. If they are not aligned, then there are chances of vibration which can happen.
Many thanks. I think you have covered all the necessary things that would be considered for maintaining your lab laminar workflow. And finally, talking about air quality in IVF lab, because I think this is the make or break and for the results, and this is the most difficult to maintain. So we know that there are anecdotal incidences where you are associated new installations or new restructuring or building of a road or restructuring of the lab with dip in pregnancy outcomes and increase in miscarriage rates. And we now know that with regards to air quality management, we have to pay regards to the particulate matter, the volatile organic compounds. And apart from that, you need to have a pressurized ventilation system that which we have amply talked about in the previous talks. You know that the lab should be pressurized from the outside, from the adjacent utility rooms or independent air handling unit. And the reason for this is to reduce the microbial flora, reduce the CAC and the VOC, and provide a recirculated air which is partly fresh and partly recirculated filtered air. Any of the panelists would want to comment on how do you go about checking for TVOC or particle count, because we are going to omit this. We have actually seen a video representation, lecture of Dr. Nishad, where he has demonstrated particle count and VOC count. And if I can have a word about microbial count, how do you go about monitoring microbial count as a part of your periodic maintenance? Anybody?
I would just come in.
Sure, sir. Looking forward.
The settle plate methods, they do not actually depict better air quality this one, because microbial load in settle plate, the particles tend to float in the air most probably, and they might not be there in the exposed amount of the period. We usually take settle plate methods where we do not want to take a swab, basically. Swab is also not a very ideal technique of microbial count estimation, because we will be having non-contact when we are having with the patients and other things. So that is also not a very great method to get across with. If at all, if you want the air quality of this one, then you will have to go for air samplers. I still remember that we used to have impact air samplers with circular, centrifugal this one, and they will be having circular media coated plastic this one. And they take almost around about 10 liters of air in a specified period of 1 minute, and they impact onto this, and they have a filter beyond that particular, beyond the media plate. So that actually is a better predictor of microbial air quality than settle plate methods and swab methods and glove finger imprint methods.
Perfect. I also want the delegates to be aware about a newer technique called the 3M Clean Trace ATP monitoring system, wherein by the utilization of a luciferase enzyme and the ATP load being directly proportional to the microbial contamination, you can have.
It's an indirect method. It has still not been validated completely.
True. I just want the
yeah,
delegates to know about this, because some of the companies will be offering this as well.
Yeah. This impact air sampler, what I'm speaking about, it costs hardly 10 or 12,000 rupees, not more than that. It is just a fan attached to an centrifugal impaction, nothing more than that.
Okay.
I'll just like to add one more thing, that instead of doing swabs and anything, it's better to control the particulate count. So you see the particulate and reduce it rather than going for swabs.
Absolutely.
True.
Yeah.
But you need to be having these swabs.
Cross validation is always important, because even if you have got one particle and if that has 3 spores on it, then you still have the microbial count.
True. And I think we are running short of time, but still probably another 5 minutes for some rapid fire questions. Any panelist, just one word about these rapid fire questions. Probably we will not be able to cover all of them. Do lab equipments have a shelf life? I mean, do they have a best to use by this date label attached with them, or do you actually base the replacement of the equipment based on their usage and the number of cycles that they have endured? Anybody, just one person.
Yeah, Pranay, can I come in?
Sure.
Yeah, so first let me know what is the advantage of having shelf life for the equipments?
No, I mean,
will it give any advantage?
A bench incubator, which is unutilized for 10 years, still wouldn't be as good as some benchtop incubator.
Yeah, if it is not used, yeah, agreed. So basically, until and unless there is a performance is going on well, I think there is no need of upgradation or changing in the equipment, right?
I'd beg to differ, but debate for some time else, because if you take an example of a cryocan, it does have a shelf life because it is going to fail catastrophically some point of time. So you are better off replacing a perfectly existing cryocan within a stipulated time period and shift entire samples to a newer cryocan before something catastrophic happens. So, but point taken that, I mean, we may have different viewpoints.
Yeah, Pranay, just to add in, everything has a shelf life. Because the question is well answered. Everything has a shelf life. How well you maintain it is how it will extend its shelf life. So your maintenance, AMC, everything comes into picture here.
Yeah,
so that is where it is
actually
important.
the maintenance and the calibration and how well you perform with how well you are going on with your incubators or your equipments, how well you are maintaining it. Key is the maintenance.
True. So a lab with only essential equipment, a newly opened center, which has one laminar flow, one box, one benchtop, ICSI, and air handling unit. What instruments do you recommend to have a backup of? I mean, I'm sure you would say incubator. Apart from the incubator, do you suggest any other instruments that it is necessary to be having a backup of? How would you go about
microscope bulbs?
Sorry, somebody said some pump?
Suction pumps.
Suction pump.
Perfect. Microscope bulbs, perfect. Anybody else has to add anything?
Even might be ultrasound also.
Oh, you don't own a center, so you can make that.
Your center is very rich.
True. And maybe I have a lot of PCB entity licenses again attached with it.
That's the advantage of working with the multi-specialty hospitals. Anyways, yeah.
Next question. What is the all panelists, open to all panelists, what is the single most piece of equipment in IVF unit?
No, I think
no.
As the cardio consent says, no, there is only one thing that is important in IVF.
No, I want a definite answer. Don't be dilly-dallying, okay?
I think all.
Okay, somebody has said all. Okay, now what?
Yeah. No. So Naval here, I would say it is not. It's like we say, it's a teamwork. It's a teamwork of an equipment. There is no single piece of equipment.
Okay, let me reframe this.
All.
If you go to the lab tomorrow and this thing is not working, you will either faint or die of a heart attack.
Incubator.
Incubator.
Your
in that sense, incubator always.
Your cryocan.
Yeah.
Food for thought. You can survive the loss of some of the patients in your incubator, but you cannot survive the cryocan being rendered depleted of its liquid nitrogen and thousands of samples working. You all fail. So a question by Abhinav. Abhinav, please.
Do you get the stripper handles and micropipettes calibrated? If yes, what would be your frequency of getting it done?
And why would you get them calibrated as well if we are working with gross volumes? I mean, 75 microliter, 80 microliter in vitrification solution, ES, VS, how does it make a difference? But yes, why would you get it?
See, we don't use stripper handles for taking out the volumes of media or whatever.
Yes.
We use micropipettes. So basically, strippers are just to transfer from one to other. So I think there is no need of calibration for strippers, but regular maintenance is needed definitely.
What about the micropipettes? Why is it? I'll answer yes for micropipettes.
Yeah, micropipette definitely yes.
Why? Where is it important to have micropipette calibration? What thing would suffer the most?
See, it doesn't matter much in embryology because if you are considering as a molecular biology lab, there should be specific. If you're performing PCR, if you whatever the volume you're loading, that is going to reflect the results. But here,
exactly in IVF lab, what you see a objective deterioration in your expected outcomes if you were to have 20 microliters instead of 10 microliters? You do all ICSI, I think. That's why you're unable to answer. IVF insemination is a lot of.
When you are doing conventional insemination,
Very important.
yeah,
And
that
of
is very
course, the
important.
drop making and all.
Conventional insemination times are, yes, it is most important.
Yeah.
See, I would also, I mean, there are two parts of this question. There is there is no requirement, because I don't think so many of them, I think 90% of the centers in India would not be doing that. It is required because NABL says it is required. See, there are standards. We are not a diagnostic lab. We are a working lab, and there is no, I mean, we don't have to replicate the rules of a diagnostic lab into a working embryology lab, right? So it may not be 100% required. Yes, for certain procedures like IVF, when we need to have an exact sperm volume or other things, it is required. Otherwise, it's not required. It is left upon to your SOP.
Okay.
It is a process of an organization which they have to
Who's
make
putting
sure they
time?
have to do it or not.
Anybody who does a routine check of the pH of new batch of media or the gas composition of a new cylinder, and if it's recommended, how do you go about doing that? I know it's advisable, but amongst the panelists, if anybody is doing that routinely, I think it's a good idea to check the gas composition at least with
instead of going for pH. Yeah,
because we do that, and
yes,
on a regular basis. Yeah.
If everything is well maintained from the gas side and the incubator side, you may not require pH. So the certificate of gases becomes very important. You need to take it from a right vendor having a right certificates and a right composition.
So I don't think so. We have time enough for discussing troubleshooting of each and every particular piece of equipment failure, and that is a debate, talk and panel discussion for some time else. But yes, leaving this table for our delegates here and wrapping up this panel discussion, which was very wonderfully deliberated upon by our panels. This mentions here the frequency of testing of equipment. Some might be under the garb of having a temperature or a CO2 or a VOC level being checked 3 monthly or 6 monthly, which is absurd. You should be doing it daily, like Dr. Amrin showed you, and most of our labs do so daily. So there's some things that need to be done daily, some weekly, some monthly, some semi-annually, and some annually. So this is just a snapshot of what we need to be doing. And with that, I'd like to wrap up my panel. Any closing remarks by my moderator?
I wanted to ask something, Pranay. How many people get their stripper handles calibrated or something? Because
you don't calibrate it, ma'am. There is no, you can only service it, I think.
No, but even the servicing doesn't work, I feel. Whenever something goes wrong, you have to replace the stripper, I felt.
No, they do.
They do. It's just a spring
some
based,
problem in that stripper. Once it goes bad, it goes bad.
The micropipette broke down a couple of times during in my case, and it was taken care of by the Epindoff people. So I'm talking about the micropipettes. Stripper, we have.
Talking about the stripper.
There are certain strippers.
Not
there are certain strippers who give you maintenance kit wherein you have a rod which is
Allen
there
kit,
inside,
yeah.
and you need to have those silicone gauzes, and you have to replace it. So after 1 year, maybe if you replace it, it works again very fine. So you can have a timeline that every year you have to replace that. That's what we are doing in our system to make it perfect. We have a video which we have circulated to all the embryologists, and if there has to be changed, we circulate that video to them and ask them to change it. It can be done at a lab by an embryologist itself. It's very simple.
No,
So
one last thing.
I would just like to.
In case if you're using Vitrolife strippers, which is a metallic one, I think there is no calibration involved or no maintenance involved.
So bulb stripper that you're talking about?
Bulb strippers, the Vitrolife bulbs.
Non-rolled.
Yeah, which is outdated one, but still.
Kudos to you to be using that.
The point is,
was saying something.
at least instead of one, you can have at least 2 or 3 strippers. So if one fails, you should always have the second and third ready. I mean, it's an investment you should have.
I think everyone does that.
Yeah, at least 3 strippers you should have. I mean, personal experience, I have 5, but
whether they can
okay.
be repaired or serviced, because once something goes wrong with the stripper, I don't think that works perfectly all right.
Yeah, even after repair, it is not that good. It's better you buy, maybe after 2 years, you keep buying one new stripper. It's worth the investment. It's not worth losing the embryos and getting it stuck.
Right, true. And in your heart of hearts, after having used a stripper handle for 4-5 years, even you would want to move on and buy a newer one, I guess.
Yeah.
Dr. Abhinav, if you have to, if you want to make some concluding remarks.
So it was a really informative session, and I believe if we see all the checklists that have been given by our esteemed panelists, nothing can go wrong in our lab. If we do a daily check on all those things that have been stated, everything would work in the most pristine condition, and I hope we don't need any sort of troubleshooting in future. However, if there is any, you guys were very helpful enough to give an elaborative detail about it. And thank you, Dr. Pranay. You have been an amazing moderator along with me, and you have handled it really well. Thank you.
Many thanks, Dr. Abhinav, and many thanks, Dr. Saroj, for considering us worthy to be conducting this workshop and the panel. I think it went off flawlessly, and we all learned.
Yes. You know, today's the best remark was, since we did not have too many cases, I don't have a CASA in my lab. I can't get out of it. He had everything in the lab. And then he said, we don't have too many cases. And, you know, that's the reason why we don't have a CASA in the lab. I said, oh my God. Like,
I hope he's not around. No,
no, but that was
about a mini CASA, but still we have this. Great.
It was a fantastic workshop. Everyone did the hi Jigna, nice seeing you all. Yes, long time. Hi Aditya. Physical conferences kab honge wapas pata nahi. I'm missing seeing everyone now.
Yes, that's a definite miss. I know we were expecting that this October or ACE would be physical, but unfortunate enough. Yeah, so that's definitely
Yes,
something which we are missing.
Yes, sir. Would you like to add anything?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, would you like to add anything?
Sure then.
Anything? Anyone wants to say anything, or we can wrap up because this is the last
We
workshop.
can wrap up. I think this is the last session.
Yes.
So
yeah.
Thank you, organizers, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, Saroj, for inviting me.
Thank you, everyone. Bye. Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks everyone for the nice participation and being wonderful.
Thank you, sir.
Right. Okay, yeah. I'll just like to add the last thing that all the panelists have been amazing. It has been a wonderful panel. All the faculties, speakers have been very good and comprehensive with their talks. So first of all, I think missed it that thank you to Dr. Ma'am for this opportunity. I think and me and Pranay are much blessed to get this opportunity to conduct the workshop. And those to Saroj and Pranay for pulling this off so nicely. The program ACE is going on so well. I've been hearing all good words since morning. So congratulations, you guys. You're being amazing, and thank you and good night from my side.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Right from ACE Kolkata.
Thank you.
Good night.